All right, good afternoon, everyone. This is Chief Meteorologist Taylor Canoost here. Today is a 31 alert day for the threat of severe weather across North Alabama. So here are some of the details and some of the issues that we are monitoring as we head into this late afternoon and this evening. A tornado threat, a large hail threat, damaging straight line wind, all a possibility from late this afternoon. So pretty soon, all the way through about midnight tonight, and this will be a concern for all of North Alabama. I'll show you which areas maybe have a little bit higher concern than others, but everyone should certainly be on alert. Start to make a plan of what you need to do if a tornado warning happens to be issued for your location later on today. Let's start with what's happening right now, and fortunately, it's not a whole lot at this moment across North Alabama on 31 triple Doppler. We do have a couple of showers popping up around the shoals at this hour, but nothing of significance here. Just some downpours here and there, but nothing that's too substantial, thankfully. Hopefully it does stay that way as we move through the evening. The stronger line of storms is back to our west, stretching from Tennessee through northern Mississippi. In northern Mississippi, we have a handful of severe thunderstorm warnings in place. Out ahead of that, we have some discrete showers and storms beginning to develop. So both of those are concerning. Both the isolated storms and this line will be capable of producing all modes of severe weather. This line has had a history of producing tornadoes earlier this afternoon up in Tennessee, and in fact, it is still doing that at this moment just to the northwest of Nashville here, where we have an ongoing confirmed tornado just northwest of Nashville, another tornado-warned storm just to the west of Nashville on I-40, just north of I-40 as well. Earlier today, Clarksville, Tennessee, was hit by a tornado, caught on camera and everything. So this is a serious situation with a proven history of producing tornadoes. So certainly an event we do need to take seriously. It has been a little while since we've had severe weather in North Alabama. So you may want to freshen up on maybe do you have the supply kit necessary in your storm shelter? Make sure that's all ready to go. Where are you going to go when a tornado warning is issued? Have that plan ready to go for yourself and your family as well. Let's talk about some of the ingredients that are making this severe weather threat possible. First of all, it's unusually warm today. 70 right now in Huntsville and Decatur, 72 in Muscle Shoals. This is near record territory for today's date. So unusual warmth out there this afternoon, and it is certainly humid with those dew points now in the low 60s for most of us. We were not sure if it would get quite this humid in North Alabama, and that was one of the factors where if it didn't materialize, then our severe threat would be lower. But since it is in fact humid with dew points now in the 60s, that is a concern. That's going to add some of the fuel to support strong storms that will eventually move across North Alabama. Those bright yellows and reds you see on the map, that's the measurement of the instability in the atmosphere, one of the ingredients needed for severe storms. It is currently highest back to the west in Mississippi, but there is at least some instability in place in North Alabama into Middle Tennessee as well. And all we need is a little bit of instability because we have so much wind shear. Wind shear is a measure of the change of wind speed or wind direction as you move up in the sky. There is a lot of that, and with a lot of wind shear in place, these storms are naturally going to want to rotate. So when you have the combination of sufficient wind shear and instability, that produces the threat for severe weather. So this cold front is going to move our way over the next several hours. Just out ahead of that front is where we'll have sufficient instability in place. That's where the strong storms will be located as we move through late this afternoon and later on tonight. Once we get past midnight, I expect the instability to drop off, and that should put an end to the severe weather threat as we head into the late night hours. So let's walk region by region for the potential threats. And I do want to start in northwest Alabama because we have been upgraded to a level 3 out of 5 risk for severe weather in parts of Lauderdale and Colbert counties. That is where the tornado risk will be highest as we head toward this evening. Straight line wind up to 60 miles per hour and perhaps some hail possible with storms that move into this part of the state later this evening as well. As that line marches eastward into north central Alabama, the I-65 corridor, Huntsville, the tornado threat drops off a little bit, but it is still going to be a possibility. So just be aware that we may have tornado warnings issued in this location as well. Prime time for storms will be between 6 p.m. and 11 p.m. I have expanded that time frame a little bit more than what I showed you last night because there is some potential for strong storms to develop ahead of that main line as we head into the early evening hours. So I'm saying right now that the earliest we could see severe weather around Huntsville, around Decatur is 6 p.m. and it could last into the late evening hours as well. If you have any chores to run, Next hour or two is going to be the best time to accomplish that before these strong storms start moving our way. Now, northeast Alabama around Sand Mountain, probably after 8 o'clock this evening is when you'll have the threat for severe storms, and that threat will continue through about midnight tonight before it starts to weaken, gradually clears into Georgia at that point. Here's what it looks like on future radar. We'll walk hour by hour with this here. Again, we're going to be watching the possibility of a few strong storms to develop out ahead of that main line that's currently in Mississippi. But that line will move into northwest Alabama around 6 o'clock, possibly a little sooner than that, maybe around 5 or 5:30 around Lauderdale and Colbert counties. So those of you that live in Waterloo, in Cherokee, even in the Quad Cities, Muscle Shoals, Tuscumbia, Sheffield, and Florence, be aware that you could get some strong storms as soon as 5 o'clock, but more likely around the 6 o'clock hour is when you'll see the biggest impacts. Notice out ahead of that main line, we start to see some stronger storms developing. These will be of concern as well and worth monitoring. But as that main line moves east, it should arrive in Decatur and Huntsville around 9 or 10 o'clock this evening or so, and continues its march eastward towards Sand Mountain late this evening. Once that instability drops off late tonight, that line starts to weaken. We will continue to have rain later in the night and into early Sunday, but I'm not anticipating any thunderstorms at this point. It's just more wet weather. It may get cold enough for a little bit of this rain to switch over to a wintry mix up here in far northeast Alabama, southern middle Tennessee. That is possible. I don't expect it to stick on the ground, so it's not going to cause any travel issues, but with the cold air sweeping in behind this front, yeah, it is possible that a few snowflakes mix in with that rain early on Sunday. That should be gone by lunchtime for the wide majority of us. We're looking at a chilly day tomorrow for sure. Highs only in the 40s tomorrow, plus a good amount of cloud cover and a stiff northwest breeze is going to make it feel awful cold out there, but at least we'll be done with the severe weather threat at that time. Right now, it looks like the heaviest of the rain is going to fall in the southeast half of our area. There is a possibility that isolated spots get more than 2 inches of rain. That's where the models are depicting that, wherever you see purple. It does look like many of us will get 1 to 2 inches of rain, probably not quite that much farther to the west around the shoals, but everyone is expected to at least get some wet weather overnight tonight and early on Sunday. Temperatures, as I mentioned, are going to dip quickly as the cold front passes on by. By the time you wake up tomorrow morning, we will be in the 40s, and that is where we will stay all day long tomorrow. I'm telling you, it's going to be cold. We're talking wind chills in the 30s for much of the day on Sunday. Big change from what we have seen today with our near record warmth. If you're just joining me, this is Chief Meteorologist Taylor Knust here, providing extended severe weather coverage. We are going to be hopping off and on of this severe weather stream on Facebook, on YouTube, and on our website, WAAYTV.com throughout the entire night. When I hop off, we'll continue to show looping graphics of what's going on, and we'll be sure to tune back in and pop back in whenever we have an update to provide you as well. But here's the situation right now. Tornado watch is in effect until 11 o'clock this evening for the counties highlighted in yellow. That does include Madison County, Morgan County, Limestone County, back toward the shoals as well, and our southern middle Tennessee counties are included in that watch. Will you be added to a watch later tonight around northeast Alabama? It's possible, but right now they decided to just extend that out to north central parts of the state. Here's a look at Muscle Shoals right now. No rain currently at our Muscle Shoals Skycam location, but there are a few downpours nearby. Awfully warm out there right now, 72 degrees, but there is a cold front looming and there are strong storms looming to the west out there as well. So 31 triple Doppler continuing to show a handful of showers around Lauderdale and Colbert counties. None of that severe for the time being, none of that even producing any lightning, but we'll monitor this to see if these want to strengthen over the next couple of hours. Farther to the west here, we have tornado warnings just to the west of Nashville. That magenta color is signaling that there is a confirmed tornado ongoing there just northwest of Nashville. Dangerous late afternoon for folks in Tennessee, where they have had confirmed tornadoes this afternoon. No tornado warnings right now in Mississippi, and this is the part of the line that's going to move our way over the next couple of hours. We have these showers and storms developing out ahead of the main line. As far as this main line is concerned, I anticipate it will start to move into northwest Alabama just after 5 o'clock this afternoon. Here's the latest from Future Radar showing that beginning to push across the Mississippi-Alabama state line at that time, and then gradually marching eastward as the night wears on. Here's 8 o'clock, increasing chance for those dangerous storms to move into the I-65 corridor around that point. In Huntsville, looks like peak time for the severe threat will be around 9 or 10 o'clock this evening. good idea to get home and kind of hang out and let these storms pass on by during that time. Late in the night is when it will impact Sand Mountain. Even when that initial surge of storms is gone, we will continue to have rain behind the storms, and that may stick around much of the night tonight and early in the day on Sunday as well. So bottom line, the primary concern for severe weather will be damaging straight line wind up to 60 miles per hour. That alone could cause some damage, but there is a heightened tornado threat, and that's why we have the tornado watch. That's in place until 11 o'clock this evening. A few tornadoes are possible. The biggest threat for tornadoes will be in northwest Alabama, but it is possible across the entire area. So I do want you all to have a plan, be aware, make sure you have multiple ways to receive warning information. The WAAY 31 StormTracker Weather app will send you an alert to your phone when a warning is issued for your location. NOAA Weather Radio is another good option. We'll of course be here on TV providing updates throughout the night as well to make sure you all stay informed and stay safe. Last thing we want any time of the year, but especially a couple weeks before Christmas, is any storms to cause any significant damage or worse. So we'll be here throughout the night tonight to keep you all informed as best as we possibly can. So for now, I will go ahead and send it back to, again, our looping graphics, just to let you all peek in at what's going on for yourselves. I'm going to prepare for our newscasts. Our next one will be at 5 o'clock this evening. I'll be sure to hop on prior to that to give you all an update on the current situation. But in the meantime, thank you all for watching, and I'll be back in just a little bit. Include Marshall as well as Jackson and DeKalb counties. That could change later in the night if this line of storms moving our way maintains its strength, but it's still a ways out from arriving in those locations, so no immediate concerns for those of you in northeast Alabama. 31 triple Doppler shows things beginning to get a little active around northwest Alabama. No immediate concern for severe weather, but we are, of course, keeping a close eye on what's going on out there for the time being. So we are looking at mainly dry conditions across the area at this moment, but certainly pretty active out in Mississippi as well as parts of Tennessee, where there is just extensive severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing across the area, stretching from Nashville all the way down into North Mississippi. A line of severe thunderstorm warnings. You see that magenta color there, that pink polygon right over Nashville. That is a confirmed tornado warning right there in northern middle Tennessee. So dangerous situation, two very dangerous storms ongoing there. All of this developing along a cold front that will be moving our way later on this evening. We're going to be keeping, of course, an eye on that developing line, but there are also some storms developing out ahead of that line that could eventually pose a threat for severe weather as well. We're not seeing that at the moment materialize, but that could change here in a hurry. So we have pretty good ingredients in place for severe weather. It's obviously warm outside today for this time of the year. Still 70 degrees in Huntsville. We got awfully close to a record high this afternoon. Still in the 70s in Decatur and in Muscle Shoals as well. It's also quite humid out there. Usually the threshold we look for the possibility of severe weather is when we see those dew points climb into the 60s, and we are just there in most of North Alabama right now. So we have the warmth, we have the humidity in place, and we have what's called instability. That's a measure of how much the air wants to rise. And there is a good amount of that in place for this time of the year, at least. Instability is higher in Mississippi, where you see the yellows, but even with low instability in place in North Alabama, all we need is a little bit to tap into the threat for severe weather. When you combine that thunderstorm energy with the high level of wind shear that is in place across the area, which wind shear is a measure of how the wind changes speed or direction as you move up in the sky. There's a lot of that in place today. So we have plenty of wind shear, just enough instability, and a cold front moving our way. All of those come together. That's going to be the right combination to produce strong storms that move across North Alabama later on this evening before clearing out mainly after midnight tonight. Region by region, here's a look at our forecast. The biggest threat for severe weather is going to be for northwest Alabama. We do have that level 3 out of 5 risk in place for parts of Colbert and Lauderdale counties. I think the primary time frame will be at the top of this next hour through 9 o'clock this evening for the potential of damaging straight line wind up to 60 miles per hour. And this is where we will have the highest threat for tornadoes as well. I want you all to have a plan in northwest Alabama on where you will take shelter if a tornado warning is issued for your location. Farther to the east in the I-65 corridor over to Huntsville, there is still a possibility of tornadoes. What we're more likely to see just brief tornadoes, which are still something to take seriously, but maybe not quite as big of a threat as it is in northwest Alabama. Damaging straight line wind possible as well, anytime between 6 o'clock this evening through 11 o'clock in the evening. Around northeast Alabama, we're going to have to wait a few more hours, but eventually the severe threat will come your way with the level 2 out of 5 risk in place for those locations between 8 o'clock and midnight, to the potential for those damaging straight line wind and brief tornadoes. Here's future radar, and we'll walk you through the latest timeline. This is new data that just updated over the past hour. That line getting awfully close to northwest Alabama. Again, between 5 and 6 o'clock is when that starts to cross into Lauderdale and Colbert counties, posing that severe threat for damaging wind and tornadoes, maybe even some large hail initially with these storms out in northwest Alabama. Here's 8 o'clock in the evening, starting to approach Limestone County at that time. Once we get to around 9 and 10 o'clock, Decatur, down toward near Coleman, Huntsville, it's probably going to be prime time for the severe threat for those locations. Sand Mountain, we're waiting until late in the night for that line to arrive, but eventually it does get there. Now, as we lose the heating of the day, that instability I talked about starts to drop off a little bit. So we will likely see the threat wind down a little bit in east parts of our area once we get into the overnight hours. Once that line of storms clears out, we will continue to have a chance at rain through the night tonight and early in the day on Sunday. but no real thunderstorm threat at that point. It's just going to be some lingering showers that should be gone by noon for most of us in North Alabama. When it's said and done, the southeast half of our area likely gets the bulk of the heavy rainfall, with 1 to 2 inches in the projections for all those highlighted in blue and purple. Not quite that heavy of rain for those around the shoals, but as it does rain, it will fall very quickly and could pack a punch across North Alabama. All right, so meteorologist Amber Kulik in studio with us as well. Talk a little bit more about what you need to do to prepare for severe weather. Amber, it's been a few months since we've had a severe weather situation here, so it's a good time to go over some reminders.
It is, yeah. It has definitely been a while since we've saw any severe weather risk across the Tennessee Valley. So let's walk through the best place to go if we do get one of those warnings. So where it's highlighted in green, that is your best place to take shelter. So if you're in a house, a hallway, stairs, bathroom, closet, anywhere without windows will be your safest bet. You don't want to be around windows, and you don't want to be around walls that are next to the outside elements. So as far indoors as you can go will be your best option. So definitely something to keep in mind. But of course, if you do have a basement, that is going to be the absolute best place for you to go during severe weather. And I don't want to leave our other friends out. So mobile homes and manufactured homes, they're just not built the way that brick houses are. So we're not picking on people when we put this out there. We just want you to be safe. So ask a friend with a sturdier home if you can stay with them. So hopefully you were listening to the forecast this morning. You called up your neighbor like, hey, can I come over for a few hours? You know, just hang out as the storms move through. Plan to go to a community shelter before the storm arrives. If your community is opening their storm shelters today, that is a great option for you and your family, because 54% of tornado fatalities happen in mobile homes, and that's a lot to think about there. So we want to make sure that you're staying safe as these storms roll through, and some of them will be coming in during the evening and overnight hours tonight. So now's the time to make sure that you have that plan in place for you and your family. Back to Taylor.
All right, thanks, Amber. As you were speaking, we actually had our first severe thunderstorm warning of the event pop up for North Alabama. So here it is, a severe thunderstorm warning for a little sliver of Colbert County and a good chunk of Lauderdale County. That includes Waterloo. This in effect until 5:15 this afternoon, and the main threat here, damaging straight line wind up to 60 miles per hour, and the threat for quarter-size hail as well. That is tracking to the north and east, and we'll be, again, very close to Waterloo very soon. Mainly rural parts of Lauderdale County over the next several hours. So we're talking about Murphy Crossroads around 5:20 this afternoon, Cloverdale School 5:24, over to the Threet area at 5:27, Cloverdale Junior High School at 5:35, and Cypress Inn around 5:35. So could very well move into Wayne County, Tennessee once we get to the bottom of the next hour. But again, new severe thunderstorm warning issued for parts of Colbert County and a little bit of Lauderdale County as well. This does not include Florence, Tuscumbia, Muscle Shoals. You are not currently in this particular warning. This is for mainly the western parts of Colbert and Lauderdale counties in effect until 5:15 this afternoon. Main threat, once again, is the threat of damaging straight line wind and quarter-size hail. Let's go ahead and take a look at the hail product, see if there is any hail at this time being picked up. Let me take a second to update here, but there, yeah, it looks like just a little bit of hail being picked up here on the Mississippi side of the state line near Iuka. About pea size at the moment, nothing significant, but we could see this intensify quickly. It's possible it could get up to quarter size with this storm, so we'll be keeping a close eye on that possibility with this particular storm. Getting pretty close to our Muscle Shoals radar. We'll take a closer look here. Again, some heavy downpours moving right through Waterloo at this very moment. As far as the wind speeds are concerned, we'll see if we have anything that stands out. Not looking at anything too dramatic on our particular Muscle Shoals live Doppler radar. We'll check out one of the National Weather Service radars here, and you can see there is a little punch of wind being picked up by that radar a little bit farther aloft, but some of that could mix to the ground. That's why the warning has been issued for that particular location. So we can get a little rough estimate here, and it is saying at least a few thousand feet above the ground with the National Weather Service radar. It is scanning 57-mile-per-hour winds, where you see that bright red color right there in northwest parts of Colbert County. Again, that is tracking to the north and east. at a pretty quick clip here. No shear being picked up or rotation being picked up on our radar system here, so that's good news. Hopefully that maintains to be the case. But again, tracking to the northeast, affecting Waterloo at this very moment with some strong wind gusts and small hail. Heavy downpours there as well. It's tracking toward Wright around 5:11 this afternoon. Murphy Crossroads around 5:33, roughly around 5:39 for the community of Threet. So again, that's the lone warning in our area at this hour. Big picture shows we are dry across most of North Alabama at this moment. There are certainly some nasty storms going on farther to the north in Tennessee at this time. I'll go ahead and pan up and take a look at those here. Nasty line of storms, confirmed tornado, considerable threat with this storm on the northeast side of Nashville. It looked nasty on the radar, no doubt about that. It continues to pose a threat for significant weather there. So a couple of areas on the north side of Nashville dealing with some nasty weather for the time being. Closer to home, we do not have any tornado warnings, but we do continue to have the tornado watch. That remains in effect until 11 o'clock this evening for most of North Alabama. So that will be what we're watching for, is the threat of damaging straight line wind, hail up to quarter size, and a possible tornado threat in North Alabama as we move through the rest of the day and into tonight as well. Coming up here at 5 o'clock, we will begin our WAAY 31 News at 5 newscasts. We'll have live updates here in studio on the latest on the weather, of course. WAAY 31's Jillian Kay is live in the WAAY 31 Storm Tracker, heading toward the shoals as we speak. So we'll have live updates from her on what she's seeing out there. And we'll have complete coverage throughout the night tonight to keep you all safe and informed about the severe weather threat. We'll again pop back in at 5 o'clock. For now, we'll go ahead and send it back to our rotating graphics here. You're watching WAAY 31 severe weather coverage.
The moments police arrested a suspect for trying to set Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthplace on fire. Atlanta police arrested 26-year-old Lanisha Henderson. She's charged with second-degree arson. She could also face federal charges.
Now, WAAY 31 Storm Tracker Chief Meteorologist Taylor Knust with 31 Triple Doppler.
I want to start with this view from our Muscle Shoals sky cam. You can see the updraft of that strong storm developing in western parts of Colbert County and Lauderdale counties. Really impressive view. There's been plenty of lightning associated with this storm as well. Awfully warm in the shoals at 70 degrees, so a lot of warm, humid air in place to support the threat for some strong storms. That's why we have a tornado watch in place until 11 o'clock this evening for all the counties highlighted in yellow, and it stretches eastward all the way to Madison and Morgan counties across North Alabama. Here's the current situation on 31 Triple Doppler. We are completely dry east of I-65, but beginning to see some active weather in far northwest Alabama. This is just the beginning of what's going to be a busy night. The severe thunderstorm warning that was in effect for Lauderdale and Colbert counties has been allowed to expire. We have an ongoing warning in parts of Tennessee, but that's moving away from our area. One storm I am watching closely, and the storm that you saw on the sky cam there a second ago is this right here. Currently not warned, but could be producing at least 40-mile-per-hour straight line winds and quarter-size hail. We will be monitoring this area right here for possible rotation. Nothing strong enough to warrant a tornado warning just yet, but this is tracking to the northeast into Colbert County very soon. Heads up in Cherokee. At the very least, lightning, heavy downpours, and some gusty winds coming your way pretty soon. Here's the big picture. We have a strong cold front stretching up and down the mid-south this evening, and that will be moving into the Tennessee Valley here very soon. Dangerous night. The videos coming out of Nashville of the tornadoes are pretty unbelievable. Likely some extensive damage there. A lot of severe thunderstorm warnings back into Mississippi. That's what it's going to look like here in North Alabama over the coming hours. We have all the ingredients in place for severe weather. We have high levels of wind shear, which is a measure of how the wind speed and wind direction changes as you move up in the sky, and we have a lot of that. So that leads to these storms naturally wanting to rotate. And we have what's highlighted here in orange and yellow, instability, a measure of how much the air wants to rise. The combination of those two ingredients plus this cold front, all we need for that severe weather potential as this cold front sweeps across the area. The biggest area of concern is northwest Alabama from right now through 9 o'clock in the evening. Damaging straight line wind up to 60 miles per hour. This is the area that has the highest tornado threat as well. Have a plan. If a tornado warning is issued, know where you are going to go. For north central Alabama, the I-65 corridor, same threats, damaging straight line wind, brief tornadoes possible for these locations anytime between 6 o'clock and 11 o'clock this evening. Farther to the east, likely after 8 o'clock this evening, that will have that same threat for damaging wind and brief tornadoes. Here's how it looks on future radar. Again, we have a couple of isolated cells ahead of the main line, but this right here is the main line that will move into the area over the next several hours, gradually marching eastward over time. 10 o'clock, around there, is when we'll see the strongest of the storms in Huntsville, moving towards Sand Mountain close to the midnight hour. And after the storms clear out, we may continue to see rain through tonight and into Sunday morning. It won't last too long, though. I expect by late morning, most of that rain should be out of here for good, and we'll look at just a chilly and dry Sunday afternoon. Rain totals likely to be heaviest in the areas highlighted in blue, so mainly the southeast half of our area. Possibility of a couple spots picking up more than 2 inches of rain. Those of you farther west probably not going to get nearly that much with less than an inch in the forecast. Temperatures are in the 70s for a couple of us right now. We are going to cool down quickly from today to tomorrow. Overnight lows will eventually be in the 40s. We're going to stay in the 40s all day long tomorrow. A steady northwest breeze may make it feel like the 30s much of the day on Sunday. So a whole different ballgame coming our way to close out this weekend. Dry weather returns for most of the upcoming week. Your 10-day forecast shows plenty of sunshine, high temperatures in the 50s from Monday all the way through next weekend. Unfortunately, poor timing with more rain chances coming next Saturday and on next Sunday. Greg?
All right. Thank you, Taylor. Kids telling Santa what they want for Christmas is an exciting moment. For some kids in Missouri, Santa got to hear what they want, even though they're deaf. New this evening, Santa is for everyone, and some kids in Missouri got to see that firsthand. The children are deaf, but they were able to tell Santa exactly what they want for Christmas. Chris Bryant has the details of the sign language Santa.
Whether you had your Christmas list ready for a week,
toys, just lots of different things.
or putting the finishing touches on last minute,
I feel excited and happy, and I like signing what I want.
giving your wish list to Santa is a tradition for some in the Ozarks.
Yeah, I'm chatting with Santa.
For those who work with Santa, it's about using magic to make something inclusive for those who rarely feel included.
It is so magical. Our kids so often don't have the opportunity to communicate with anyone directly, but to an idol like Santa Claus, who is so precious and so special and is all-knowing. To have direct access on a day like this is amazing.
Not just for those who teach, but also for parents as well.
He can communicate, and I absolutely love that they offer stuff like this.
Even those special elves who work in Santa's workshop can't help but get misty from the experience.
It's really, really special to see the kids come in and be able to talk to Santa for the first time. You know, I've gotten misty more than once.
For the young at heart. For some, having a way to use your own voice.
He signs better than he speaks, so it's great that we can have a one-on-one.
To see that Christmas magic in person gives all in attendance something to believe in.
It's touching. It's hard to not get emotional, like she said, because it is special.
We're told nearly 100 kids got the chance to have one-on-one time with Santa. Tonight's rain is forcing the city of Madison to cancel its Christmas parade. Not to worry, though. The parade is rescheduled for tomorrow afternoon at 2. It starts at Plaza Drive and wraps up at Insanity Skate Park. And Taylor, you're going to be busy here keeping an eye on the weather because this is a red alert day for people in North Alabama.
Yes, we are on the lookout for severe weather throughout this evening and overnight tonight. Please be aware and have multiple ways to receive warning information, including the WAAY 31 StormTracker Weather app. Final check of 31 triple Doppler showing that we do have a strong storm moving through western Colbert County, right over Cherokee at the time being. That could clip parts of the Shoals area around Florence here in the next 20 minutes or so, so just be on the lookout for that. Big picture, not much rain right now for most of us, but there is a strong line of storms just to our west that will be heading our way overnight tonight. Rain lingers early in the day on Sunday. A much different story temperature-wise tomorrow with highs in the 40s. We are going to dry out and stay pretty comfortable as we head toward next week with highs in the 50s.
All right, and you've got the entire StormTracker Weather Team here with
On
you
top
tonight.
of it. You got it.
All right, thank you, Taylor. Thank you for watching. Remember, WAAY
Noon. This is a severe thunderstorm warning with a storm capable of producing 60-mile-per-hour straight line wind and quarter-size hail. This is just now crossing the Mississippi-Alabama state line, heading right for Waterloo. Cherokee, you're in this severe thunderstorm warning as well. We'll take a look at a couple of different radar products here to get an idea of what we're seeing here at this moment. Just stand by here. Looks like the button's not working. And it looks like this is posing a threat for primarily straight line wind, but I do want to point out that there is at least some weak rotation near Iuka right now that we're keeping an eye on. It's not strong enough to pose that threat for for a tornado warning necessarily. We just have that one severe thunderstorm warning, but nonetheless, something we'll keep an eye on as this crosses over into western Lauderdale and Colbert counties at this moment. We do have an additional thunderstorm here farther to the west, to the east rather, near the Quad Cities, right near Florence and Tuscumbia, Muscle Shoals area. That is not a severe storm, but there are plenty of lightning strikes, heavy downpours there at this moment, and that's primarily moving into Lauderdale County at the moment as well. So a couple things we're keeping an eye on in northwest Alabama. Some development farther to the east here in Lawrence County, southern Limestone County. Still dry across the eastern part of our area right now, but again, that will change before too long. Tornado watch in effect until 11 o'clock this evening for the counties highlighted in yellow. That does include Madison County as well as Limestone and Morgan counties. We're looking at a threat for a lot of things: damaging straight line wind, tornadoes, and potentially some large hail as well. The biggest threat will be in northwest Alabama, but all of us have the possibility of seeing severe storms for the rest of the night. Here's the latest on future radar. Hour by hour, it gets closer and closer to us in the rest of North Alabama. At 8 o'clock, could get messy out there from Lincoln County through Limestone County. Continuing to march east toward Madison County, Morgan County around 9 and 10 o'clock this evening. Sand Mountain may not see many storms until late this evening, around 11 o'clock or midnight. And then as we head into the late night hours, that should eventually clear on out of here, and we'll see quieter weather, still some rain, but at least no storm threat late in the night tonight. So bottom line, once again, damaging straight line wind, tornadoes, and large hail, all a possibility. Could see some heavy downpours as well, with 1 to 2 inches of rain possible for many of us in North Alabama. So time right now is 5:54. We're going to get ready for our 6 o'clock newscast. We'll show that here on this live stream, and that will include, of course, my updated forecast. WAAY 31's Jillian Kay is live in the WAAY 31 Storm Tracker out near the shoals with live updates on what she's seeing out there. So stay tuned to us here on WAAY 31. We appreciate you watching on WAAYTV.com, as well as the WAAY TV Facebook page and on the WAAY TV YouTube account. StormTracker Chief Meteorologist Taylor Canuse. Today is a 31 alert day for the threat of severe weather. A tornado watch in place for much of North Alabama. The latest look at 31 triple Doppler and when the storms are going to roll on through. Coming up.
After his deadly shooting, Steve Perkins' family gets the green light to file a federal civil rights suit. Meanwhile, the clock is ticking for 3 Decatur police officers to appeal their firings. Heavy fighting in Gaza this weekend between Israel and Hamas. Israelis warn Gazans to get out of the danger zone. Thanks for watching WAAY 31 News at 6. I'm Greg Crimmins. We begin tonight with active weather happening right now here in North Alabama. The threat of severe storms has us in the middle of a 31 alert day. WAAY 31 Storm Tracker Chief Meteorologist Taylor Canuse is here now with what you need to know to keep safe. Taylor?
Yes, we do have active weather that's just now moving into North Alabama. Tornado watch in effect for most of the region until 11 o'clock this evening. That does not include Northeast Alabama just yet. You may be extended to that later on in the night, though. We have one active severe thunderstorm warning in our viewing area. That is this right here in western Lauderdale, western Colbert counties. That's in effect until 6:15 this evening. Damaging straight line wind up to 60 miles per hour. Quarter-size hail possible. There are also some storms around Florence right now. That is currently not severe, but it is dropping heavy rainfall and some lightning as well. Here's the latest track for the severe part of this storm moving across Lauderdale County. Moving into Murphy Crossroads here pretty soon in the next few minutes. Cypress Inn around 6:11, Rhodesville 6:19, and then down the line towards Sullivan Crossroads at 6:22. A lot of rural locations, but nonetheless, if you live in the western half of Lauderdale County, far western Colbert County, you could get some gusty winds and large hail as well. Broader picture, there is a tornado warning in Wayne and Lawrence counties in Tennessee. That is moving to the east, northeast, away from North Alabama. So that particular storm, not a concern for the Tennessee Valley here locally in Alabama. We do have a few showers approaching Decatur at this moment, but the stronger storms are still back in Mississippi. Warnings up and down this line of storms, including a couple of tornado warnings at this hour in Tennessee. There have been damaging tornadoes in parts of Tennessee, including near Nashville, over the past several hours. Here's the timeline as we move through the night tonight. Looks like we'll see a threat for storms initially in the shoals through about 9 o'clock. Anytime between now and 11 o'clock for the I-65 corridor, and then Sand Mountain, 8 o'clock to midnight is the time frame when we could see dangerous storms. Here's what that looks like on future radar. Slowly but surely, it drifts to the east, packing a punch for many of us. And Decatur and Huntsville right around 10 o'clock could be our best chance at some dangerous storms moving toward the Sand Mountain region as we get toward midnight, and then we'll see rain. But the storm threat move out of here once we get past midnight tonight. WAAY 31's Jillian Kay is live in the WAAY 31 Storm Tracker out in the shoals this evening. Jillian, things getting active out there. What are you seeing right now?
Yeah, Taylor, things are really active out here. I'm right in Lauderdale County outside of Florence. You can take a look on our WAAY 31 weather app here. Look at that, we're right in the middle of this storm, and take a look outside. It is really coming down out there. Lots of rain. I'm sure you can hear it pounding on our windshield. Look at that. There was some lightning happening. And there's actually still a lot of cars out. I'm hoping that everybody's staying safe out here. The roads are pretty slick. It is really intense out here. And like I said, still a really heavy flow of traffic. We drove into downtown earlier and we saw that all the restaurants were still full. And big strike of lightning there, and we saw that all the restaurants were still full in downtown. You know, people are not letting this severe weather affect their Saturday night plans. We just hope everyone stays safe out there. We will be giving you updates later tonight at 10, but for now, I'm Jillian Kay with coverage you can count on. WAAY 31 News. Back to you, Taylor.
Thank you, Jillian. In the middle of those storms right now, an outdoor warning siren in Limestone County is out of service. That's according to the Limestone County EMA. The siren is on Mooresville Road at the South Limestone Volunteer Fire Station. You can easily stay aware of any potential severe weather heading your way. Scan the QR code on your screen right now. That'll hook you up with our WAAY 31 Storm Tracker Weather app and the 31 Triple Doppler radar system. It's free to download and use. WAAY 31 Storm Tracker Chief Meteorologist Taylor Canuse will be live streaming the latest weather updates on WAAYTV.com. That'll be happening throughout the night. You can also watch on WAAY 31's Facebook and YouTube pages.
Hey, police, go back!
shattered in 6 seconds. Steve Perkins' family says they're filing a federal civil rights lawsuit. The suit will be against the city of Decatur and others involved in Perkins' death. The news comes a day after Decatur's mayor fired 3 officers and suspended another for their roles in the deadly shooting. The family's attorney says, along with the lawsuit, they want to see criminal charges against the officers.
We need to see power brokers, city leaders, Scott Anderson, the mayor's office, everyone involved who are stakeholders in this, moving with the urgency that a murder demands. Because this family is now going through the toughest season of the year, the holiday season, with an empty chair.
Attorney Lee Merritt and Perkins' widows say they plan on filing that lawsuit next week. An embattled Decatur City Councilman spoke out on the mayor's decision to fire those 3 officers. You might recall Hunter Pepper has been vocal in his support of the policeman. Pepper held a news conference yesterday explaining that he believes the mayor made the decision prematurely. The councilor accused the mayor of making his decision before there were any hearings. But the mayor says that's a lie.
My question that I've had to the mayor is, how can you make an informed decision and a judgment on these officers on termination when all of the evidence is still not present at this time?
Protesters interrupted Pepper during his news conference. They accused Pepper of participating in misconduct. So what's next after these firings? Well, first, the officers have 7 days to appeal. Also, the Alabama Law Enforcement Agency still has to complete its investigation. Then, ALEA will turn over its findings to the Morgan County District Attorney's Office. Next, the DA will decide whether to file criminal charges against the cops. We spoke with an attorney who says the family can file their own legal action against the city and the officers. Happening today, family and friends say goodbye to 15-year-old Jamarius Logan in Huntsville. Last month, Logan's remains were found down in Sylacauga. We're still working to find out what led up to Logan's death. 33-year-old LaTorri Gaddis has been arrested and charged with capital murder. 3 others are facing more charges, like kidnapping. New this evening, a Jefferson County Sheriff's deputy has been arrested for shooting someone while that deputy was on duty. 28-year-old Thomas Cleveland faces a charge of aggravated assault in the 1st degree. Police say he shot someone near Interstate 2059, not far from Birmingham. Cleveland was booked into jail before posting a $30,000 bond.
Check, 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 check. 1, 2, 1, 2, check, 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 check.
Israel's military is warning certain Gazans to leave areas where the war is intensifying with Hamas. This after the U.S. blocked an immediate ceasefire. Rob Kirkpatrick has the details.
Israel's military is pressing on with its campaign to destroy Hamas. This was the IDF in southern Gaza just a day before heavy clashes were reported between Hamas and the Israeli military there.
We are in the intensive stage of the ground maneuvering. Our troops are operating in the hearts of Hamas's centers of gravity, in the northern and southern Gaza Strip simultaneously.
Israel's defense minister was visiting troops on the ground near the Israel-Gaza border and says the fighting will continue to intensify, but the results are promising.
I see the signs that indicate Hamas is beginning to break inside Gaza.
As the fighting continues, the humanitarian crisis in Gaza is growing. The deputy director for the United Nations-run World Food Program says people are desperate for basic needs.
Well, I can say that the humanitarian operation is really on the brink of collapse. Law and order are breaking down also in the south, and that stems from this desperation. Not enough food is coming in.
Calls for a ceasefire are growing due to the humanitarian crisis unfolding. On Friday, the United States vetoed a UN Security Council resolution calling for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza.
We do not support this resolution's call for an unsustainable ceasefire that will only plant the seeds for the next war.
The U.S. is facing criticism for that veto, but officials have emphasized what they call Israel's right to defend itself. With coverage you can count on, I'm Rob Kirkpatrick, WAAY 31 News.
Israeli Defense Forces say 4 more Israeli soldiers have been killed in Gaza. So far, 96 IDF soldiers have died there. New details tonight. Nashville police say they have not been able to determine who leaked the manifesto of the Covenant school shooter. 6 people were killed when a transgender woman targeted the Christian school back in March. A conservative commentator posted Audrey Hale's manifesto last month. Even with no results, police say they won't stop looking for the leaker.
We're going to hold some people accountable. We just have to determine who they are, and hopefully they're still within this police department. But we should have a statement coming relatively soon on that as well.
Police say they tried to interview a former detective who had the images as part of his job, but he declined. The department says it cannot force former employees to talk with them. New body cam video shows the moments police arrested a suspect for trying to set Martin Luther King Jr.'s childhood home on fire. Atlanta police arrested 26-year-old Lanisha Henderson. She's charged with second-degree arson. She could also face federal charges.
All right, here's the situation in Muscle Shoals right now. You just saw the flash of lightning, a strong storm developing over parts of Colbert and Lauderdale counties. Heavy downpours really starting to develop over the past couple of minutes here as well. So let's get right to 31 triple Doppler. The severe thunderstorm warning that was in effect here has been allowed to expire. That is good news. This warning is back down into eastern parts of Mississippi. But we do have active weather again across parts of Lauderdale and Colbert counties at this hour. So getting busy out there at the moment. I do want to pop up our hail tracker to see if there's any sign of that right now, and it looks like there may be just a little bit near Florence at this hour. Approximately, I would say about pea size or so is what I would estimate with this. Yep, just about pea size, 0.3 inch diameter, so not necessarily severe levels at that point, but at the very least we do have some heavy rainfall going on at this very moment across the area. As far as rainfall is concerned across the entire area, we're not seeing it in areas east of I-65 just yet, but 31 triple Doppler picking up on rain, really picking up in intensity in northwest Alabama. We do have this tornado warning in Lawrence County, Tennessee, not in Alabama, but in Tennessee. That is moving away from us to the east-northeast, so not a concern for North Alabama. Those that may be watching in Lawrence County, Tennessee, especially in Lawrenceburg, do need to be taking shelter from that storm. Now, a tornado watch is in effect for many of us in North Alabama from now until 11 o'clock this evening. This does not include Northeast Alabama right now, but it may get extended and to include those folks later on this evening and overnight tonight. So here's the big picture at this moment. Big cold front, strong cold front is in Tennessee and Mississippi right now. Out ahead of that, we have seen numerous storms develop. We have 2 active tornado warnings in Tennessee and now southern Kentucky at the moment. A bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings back here in Mississippi. are going to hit our way pretty soon. This cold front is going to bring the chance at severe weather because this red here is a level showing the levels of instability, and at least we have some there. That combined with high levels of wind shear, which is a measure of how the winds turn or increase in speed with height. Those are the couple of the ingredients we have in place to produce severe storms. Future radar shows that the line of storms will be approaching areas like Athens, Fayetteville, Moulton, right around 8 o'clock this evening. It continues to march eastward toward Huntsville, Decatur, Coleman around 9 and 10 o'clock this evening. So that's when things will be at their worst for those locations. Scottsboro right around 11 o'clock. Same for Gunnersville. By midnight, it starts to impact the Sand Mountain region. And at that point, we start to lose that instability I mentioned. One of the ingredients you need for the severe weather. That's going to be dropping as time rolls on. Rain continues early in the morning on Sunday, but shouldn't last too long. I expect most of us to be dry by lunchtime on Sunday and should stay that way through Sunday afternoon into Sunday night. Rain totals will likely be heaviest for the southeast half of our area. We're talking up to 2 inches possible for folks around northeast Alabama down toward Coleman. Lighter totals expected farther to the north and west, but everyone is going to get rain. That is guaranteed. It's been a warm and muggy day across North Alabama, but once this cold front moves on through, temperatures are going to dip in a hurry. We'll wake up to temperatures in the 40s tomorrow with wind chills in the 30s, and they're hardly going to budge all day long tomorrow, stuck in the mid-40s all day long. So a change of pace coming our way tomorrow. Again, the rain wraps up by the middle of the day tomorrow, and from that point through most of next week, it's looking pretty quiet. 10-day forecast shows high temperatures will climb back to the 50s on Monday. Should stay there the majority of next week. And unfortunately, the timing brings us another chance of weekend rain next Saturday and next Sunday. Max?
No college football, no problem. The Tide and Tigers were busy
WAAY 31 Sports with Max Cohan.
The Crimson Tide were rolling with 4 straight wins to start the season, but they haven't won consecutive games since. And earlier today, Alabama was looking to find some balance, but that's no easy task when you're battling number 4 Purdue and the reigning National Player of the Year Zach Edey in his hometown of Toronto. The Tide had the hot hand early, starting the game on an 8-0 run. Muscle Shoals native Mark Sears was letting it fly, draining 8 3-pointers as Bama built on an early lead. But the 7'4" Canadian gave Oates and company all kinds of problems. Edey was scoring at will, netting 12 of his 20 attempts and all 11 of his free throws, finishing with 35 points. Alabama led by 2 at the break, but the Boilermakers quickly went on a 12-point run, eventually taking a 9-point lead, but Sears just kept pulling, putting the Tide back on top late in the second. And though he finished with 35 points, it wouldn't be enough today as Alabama drops a thriller north of the border, 92-86.
Thought our kids battled. Purdue's arguably the best team in the country. They'll be right there at the end. And our kids went toe-to-toe with them for 40 minutes. We just got to figure out a way to get some wins in these big games.
In another neutral site matchup, the Auburn Tigers and Indiana Hoosiers met in Atlanta for some holiday hoopsgiving. The Tigers had a slow start, facing a 12-point deficit not even halfway through the first period, but Auburn found a way to shoot their way out of it, going on a 29-5 run with guys like Jalen Williams finding success behind the arc. He had 24 points, and Newmarket native Denver Jones added 12. All in, the Tigers shot nearly 50% from deep and finished with 6 scores in double digits as they went on to steamroll the Hoosiers, 104-76. Staying in Atlanta, the Alabama A&M Bulldogs were searching for their second win of the season as they squared off with Georgia Tech, but the Dogs got stung in this one with no player reaching double digits. Chad Moody led the group with 8 points as the Bulldogs struggled, shooting just 28% from the field in the 70-49 loss. A&M is now 1-7 on the season. Of course, we can't forget that later this evening we'll find out who's taking home the Heisman Trophy. The group in New York this year is LSU quarterback Jaden Daniels, Washington Huskies quarterback Michael Penix Jr., former Scottsboro quarterback Bo Nix, and Ohio State wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. The winner will be announced at 7 o'clock. And last but certainly not least, the wait is over and Shohei Ohtani has officially made his pick, staying in the Golden State and heading across town as he joins the LA Dodgers. Now, everyone knew he was going to have a wild contract and most expected it to be about $500 million. But get this, the two-way superstar has reportedly inked a deal worth more than $700 million over 10 years, the largest contract in sports history. And the two-time AL MVP is just 29 years old. $700 million, $70 million a year if you're doing it on average. I know he's going to get deferred payments. That is a wild amount of money. Yeah, what would you guys do?
That's almost meteorologist money.
Just about, right?
Almost. No. What would I do with it? I don't know. I would try to make these storms go away. That's what I would do. I'm a big fan and push it somewhere else. Let's get a final look at 31 triple Doppler. Our Muscle Shoals live Doppler radar showing widespread storms in Colbert and Lauderdale counties right now. I want to show the velocity product. That green, bright green, showing wind speeds up to 40 miles per hour approaching Florence, Muscle Shoals, Tuscumbia in the next 5 to 10 minutes. So get ready for at least some gusty winds and another push of heavy downpours to move through those locations here very soon. The storm threat continues through the night. A tornado watch is in effect until 11 p.m. for most of North Alabama. Showers continue through early on Sunday. Colder tomorrow with highs in the 40s, but we do dry out as we head toward next week.
All right, and you and the entire team will be here tonight to make sure everybody is as safe as possible.
Yeah, we're here and we're keeping an eye on it.
All right, thank you, Taylor.
You bet.
Thank you for watching. We'll see you back here tonight on WAAY 31 News at 10.
All right, good evening, everyone. We just left our 6 o'clock newscast, but want to bring you back in. We have a tornado warning that's been issued for Lauderdale County until 7 o'clock this evening. This is the eastern part of Lauderdale County. This does not include Florence, but it does include areas like Killen and Anderson. So if you live in either of those locations, I want you to take shelter immediately. Again, a tornado warning just issued for eastern parts of Lauderdale County. That in effect until 7 o'clock this evening. So we are tracking the potential for a tornado in eastern Lauderdale County. I do want to put a track on this, so stand by for that. Again, we're looking at area of rotation, nothing confirmed at this time. Moving to the east-northeast. So this is close to Kingstown. Kingstown arriving there at 6:43 this evening. Lexington, 6:50. Of course, same for Lexington School as well. Down the line, around 7 o'clock or so, 7:03 for Anderson, and then it should move toward northwest parts of Limestone County after that. We're talking about around 7:15 or so. 7:28 is when West Limestone School could be in line for this dangerous storm at this very moment. So again, a new tornado warning just issued for eastern parts of Lauderdale County until 7 o'clock this evening. Go ahead and clear that cone, and this is what it looks like right now. We have heavy rainfall ongoing from Lexington back toward Killen. So this includes the Highway 72 corridor. There's a State Highway 101 at this moment. This is moving to the east-northeast at this time. I'm joined by meteorologist Amber Kulik as well in studio, and we're just getting up to date here on this situation. Looks like this is moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. There is also a threat for quarter-size hail with this storm. I want you to be in your shelter if you live in Lexington, if you live in Killen, if you live in Anderson. Those are the primary towns within this warning in this area of concern at this time. I'm going to clear that off here. Let's take a look at the velocity product from a couple of locations here to see where exactly rotation may be located. Right around here near Killen is approximately where we're seeing rotation at this time. I do want to get a look at our Muscle Shoals radar to get a glimpse and see if it's picking up on anything either. Nothing that is very precise. Again, it looks like maybe near or just northeast of Killen is where that may be located at this time. And that's racing to the northeast at about 45 miles per hour. Let's zoom in and take a closer look as well. Again, if you are just joining me, a tornado warning has been issued for eastern Lauderdale County. That in effect until 7 o'clock this evening. Area of rotation located right around here, north and east of Killen, moving to the northeast at 45 miles per hour. This is solely Lauderdale County where the tornado warning is in place at this time. This is Highway 43, area of rotation, at least broad rotation, located right about here. And this is moving to the northeast. So communities possibly in line, Mitchelltown, Lexington, eventually down the line toward Anderson. I want you all in that tornado warning to be in your shelter right now, and just be aware that there is at least the possibility of a tornado in those locations. Nothing confirmed at this time, but we do have at least signs of rotation on the radar, and that has warranted this tornado warning. Let's get back to the radar here one more time. Before we do that, I do want to show you that there is at least a chance at some hail that could be up to quarter size. Again, that is currently located just northeast of Killen, near the Holloway area, near Mitchelltown. This is both where the broad area of hail and potentially the rotation is located. Let's go ahead and send it over. And Amber Kulik joining us at this moment. Amber, are you seeing any signs of tight rotation on the radar at the moment?
I'm not, no. I'm keeping a close eye on it. So we'll go ahead and bounce back and forth from our radars here. I've been looking at High Top and then again in Columbia, but this is what we're looking at right now from our High Top as far as rotation is concerned. We do have some broad rotation within this storm, so this is something we will continue to keep a close eye on, and this is between Killing and Lexington. So if this is where you are located right now, you're watching us from home, get to your safe place over the next little bit here. So let's go ahead and draw a cone, show you where we're watching. So if you are in these areas, Lexington, 643, so that is not far from now. Then we have Lexington School, 643 as well, 5.703. If that is where you're located, make sure to get to your safe place as the storm rolls through. So far, we haven't seen any confirmation that this is a tornado on the ground, but of course you want to make sure to take precautions with this storm as it rolls through the area. So we'll get a check on the National Weather Service here, and they haven't said anything about any damage or anything like that, which is some great news. So Taylor, I'll continue to keep an eye on this, but for now I'll toss things back over to you.
All right, thanks, Amber. Those in the control room, if you wouldn't mind, if you have a moment to pop up our Muscle Shoals camera, we have at least a view from there of the base of this storm, so we'll get that up here in a second. There you go. And as you can see, lightning illuminating the sky off in the distance. This potentially would be the area where we would have a tornado develop, is north and east of Muscle Shoals right now. Again, this is east of Florence. Those of you in Muscle Shoals, Florence, you are not in this tornado warning. The storm is moving away from you into eastern parts of Lauderdale County. So approaching, again, the Killen area, Rogersville, Lexington. Rogersville, you are not in the warning at this time, but it's at least nearby that you certainly want to pay close attention to this storm. You can go ahead and pop me back up on the wall here, and we'll show you what the latest is on the 31 triple Doppler. And we're looking at, again, an active tornado warning in effect until 7 o'clock this evening. Go and put on a new cone here and get you an update. It looks like a new scan coming in. We do have the potential for rotation near Killen. The storm moving to the northeast at about 45 miles per hour. Here's an updated timeline. In Kingstown, arrival time around 6:52. And Lexington right at the top of the next hour at 7 o'clock. And then moving into southern middle Tennessee after that. If you live anywhere near State Highway 101, I definitely want you to be in your shelter, lowest level of your home, away from windows. Ride this storm out. Once again, there are no signs of tight rotation. Nothing confirmed with this just yet, but the Weather Service has issued this tornado warning until 7 o'clock this evening. We are watching this closely as it continues to march through eastern parts of Lauderdale County at this time. So we have access to a whole bunch of different radars. Of course, 31 triple Doppler, our own Doppler radar network. Getting a look here, this appears to be the latest area of at least broad rotation right now north and east of Killen. Let's go and take a look at a different angle here. And there we go, right around there. Again, north of Highway 72, west of 101, right around there is where we have at least some rotation ongoing. This looks like it's going to track near or just to the south, excuse me, of Lexington as it tracks northeast at 45 miles per hour. Those of you watching in Lexington, I want you to be in your shelter immediately. The area of rotation we are monitoring right here, that's going to pass close by. I'll put another track on here as we have an updated location. Updated time frame a little bit sooner for areas in Kingstown around 6:42 or so. The Bonnerton area around 7:06 down the line into southern middle Tennessee, Appleton around 7:16. For Lexington, I know I showed you earlier a minute ago, it showed approximate arrival time of 7 o'clock. I think it's going to be sooner than that now, closer to 6:45 to 6:50. I want you all to be in your shelter as the storm continues to push into eastern parts of Lauderdale County. No updates as far as any indications of damage at this time. I know we have our WAAY 31 storm tracker, Jillian Kay, out there in the Shoals area this evening. If anyone in the production room can let me know when she's ready, we'll toss it out to her. But in the meantime, we do have, again, broad rotation going on right now in eastern Lauderdale County. This warning in effect until 7 o'clock this evening. Amber, what are you seeing over there on the rotational product?
So I have the shear up here. I've been keeping an eye on it. We do have a little shear showing up, and this is just to the north and the east of Killen. So again, if you're in Lexington, you want to make sure that you're in your safe place. So I'll go back to our radar here, and this is the high top radar, and picking up on a little bit of rotation. It is broad, but it's there. So if you are in Lexington, make sure you're in your safe place right now. I'll actually zoom in here, see if we can get some of these roadways and maybe some small communities on here as well. So this is right along County Road 71, and that is near Lexington. So again, we've been calling you out over the past couple of minutes. You want to make sure that you are in that safe place as the storm comes your way, and it'll be crossing Highway 64 here in just a couple of minutes as well. So again, this is a tornado warned storm, but we are not seeing any confirmation of any damage so far. Great news there. Zoom out a little bit here so we can show you what else is going on in this storm. We'll also put a track on this to show you who can expect the worst of the storm over the next couple of minutes. So Lexington, you don't have very long to get into that safe place from the storm. 5 points at 7:08. Appleton, 7:14, and then Peach, 7:08. 18. So if I just called out your neighborhood, you want to make sure you're away from those doors and windows over the next little bit here. We'll go back to our tools, show you what the hail's looking like within the storm, and there is a chance that we are seeing a little bit of hail within the storm as well. And I do want to, we'll zoom back out here because I do want to show you what's going on across the rest of the Tennessee Valley, because I know we're focusing on this one storm, but we're also watching for some other storms as they start to move into portions of the shoals this evening. So we'll keep an eye on those. Me and Taylor's got you covered here, and I'm going to toss it back to Taylor so you can get the latest on what's going on.
All right, thanks so much, Amber. So great information there. We had that new severe thunderstorm warning popping up just south of and west of this storm. We'll get to that in a second, but this is our primary concern right now. It does look like we've had an update to this warning. Killen no longer in the tornado warning. All clear for you folks in Killen, but farther to the north and east, Lexington and Anderson, two of the communities that we are primarily concerned about at this moment. This tornado warning continuing until 7 o'clock this evening for those particular locations. I want to zoom in a little bit closer here to get just a bit closer look at this view and show you which communities are exactly impacted. So Lexington, Highway 101, there's Anderson right there. Area of rotation is approaching just south of Lexington at this time, moving to the northeast quickly at about 45 miles per hour or so. So there is a threat for that rotation. There's also a threat for at least some small hail just north of Mitchelltown area at this moment. We'll go and pop up the velocity product to get a look at where the area of rotation is right now. This is getting awfully close to Lexington already. So this is moving quickly, folks. Don't let your guard down here in eastern and northeast Lauderdale County. Again, near Lexington, I want you all to be in your shelter right now. Lowest level of your home, away from windows. Ride this thing out until it passes by. It's not going to be here too much longer. It does look like it's tracking very quickly into southern middle Tennessee, so should not be a problem for us too much longer. But for the time being, we are seeing at least signs of rotation, though no confirmations of a tornado in eastern Lauderdale County. WAAY 31 Storm Tracker Jillian Kay out in the WAAY 31 Storm Tracker this evening around the Muscle Shoals area, heading toward this storm right now. Jillian, I understand you're near Florence right now, but heading toward the storm. Looks like an electrically charged storm out there. What are you seeing out there right now?
Yeah, Taylor, I'm here in the WAAY 31 Storm Tracker, and we're going out of Florence right now on our way to Lexington, where, you know, it is right in the middle of this storm. You can take a look outside. You can see there's a lot of lightning happening. There's a big strike right there. And a lot of rain is coming down. You know, it's sprinkling at the moment, and we were just in downtown Florence where we could hear a loud tornado siren going off, and you know, it is getting intense out here, and we're headed right into it in Lexington. So we will be keeping you posted coming up here. It is, again, look at that big lightning strike. It is really starting to sprinkle here as well, and yeah, it is getting intense out here. So we will keep you posted. Make sure to stay safe out there. For now, I am live in Florence. Jillian Kay, WAAY 31 News, with coverage you can count on.
Thank you so much, Jillian, for that information. Be safe out there. We have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings that have popped up here recently as well that I want to give you an update on. This one for northern Franklin and southern Colbert County in effect until 7:15 this evening. 60-mile-per-hour wind, quarter-size hail possible with this particular storm right here. Put a quick track on this as it is moving to the northeast at about 40 to 45 miles per hour. Communities in the way here around Piney Bend at 650, Rock Creek 652, Gwynn Crossroads 655, Crooked Oak 702, eventually Littleville around 714 for this particular storm right here. Different severe thunderstorm warning issued farther to the north here. This includes the Shoals region. Heavy downpours ongoing at this time here. So this morning for Florence, Tuscumbia, Muscle Shoals, also the Sheffield area. So highly populated areas impacted by this particular severe thunderstorm. This warning, I'm still trying to get an update on the exact timing here. Amber, if you see that, let me know. But okay, got it popped up. Stand by.
Until 7:15.
7:15 for this one as well. Okay, 60-mile-per-hour wind, quarter-size hail for this storm as well. This one, again, this is not a tornado warning, no immediate tornado threat, but there could be some hail with this particular storm. Pop up our hail tracker. Yeah, right about here, although that is delayed a little bit. I'd imagine there is at least small hail moving into Muscle Shoals in the southern part of Florence right now. Estimate of approximately half-inch size hail, so you're talking about marble size or so, your classic marble size, moving into Muscle Shoals, Florence, some more populated areas, 60-mile-per-hour winds possible with that storm as well. And then, of course, we have the ongoing tornado warning. That's in effect until 7 o'clock this evening. That is for eastern parts of Lauderdale County, far northeast Lauderdale County. This is near Lexington, near Anderson. All of you near and around those locations need to be in your shelter until this warning expires. It's set to expire at 7 o'clock this evening. Latest forecast track moving northeast at about 45 miles per hour. We'll put it into Tennessee here pretty soon in the next 10 minutes, but locations like Appleton and then Leicester, once we cross into southern Tennessee, is when we're going to be the areas of most concern, and those locations do need to be in your shelter until the storm passes by. Amber, you see anything as far as on the debris product or anything like that?
Well, the good news is no, I am not. I've been checking our debris tracker, which is just simply how us meteorologists look inside the storm to see if anything is being tossed up. We're talking trees, it could be shingles off a roof, or it could be houses in general. And good news is I'm not seeing anything. We're looking for those bright colors. You have those blues and those yellows, and I'm not seeing any of that with this product, which is some great news. I do want to take you back out, so we'll zoom out here to show you what we have going on across the Tennessee Valley. We'll switch radars back to our high top radar here in for the National Weather Service in Huntsville, and this line is what we've been telling you about over the past couple of days. It's making its way into the shoals now. It will continue through the rest of the Tennessee Valley as we work our way into the hours over the next couple of hours here. We do have a little bit of rain starting to pop up in Coleman County into southern Morgan County, but right now that's just showers, and all the severe weather still making its way through the shoals. The good news is that once it moves through your neighborhood, you're done with the severe weather threat for the rest of the night. So you just have to hang tight for the next little bit out in the shoals before this line clears you, and then you'll be good to go for the rest of the evening. I'm keeping an eye on the National Weather Service. So far, they still haven't said anything about this tornado warning, and keeping an eye on those severe thunderstorm warnings as well. But right now, things are looking okay, but again, if you are in these warnings, make sure that you're indoors, away from your windows as these storms move through. Taylor, I'm going to send it back over to you.
All right, thank you so much. So here is the area of broad rotation. It looks like it's past Lexington now, near and just north of Anderson. Again, this is moving quickly at 45 miles per hour, so not much time to react. There at the very least is likely some strong wind gusts near Lexington right now. You see that brighter shade of green. That's a sign on the radar that there are some intense wind gusts ongoing there at the moment. In fact, we'll put an estimate of the radar speed, 63 mile per hour winds being estimated by the radar right now. That is severe threshold. So while there may not be a tornado ongoing, there is at the very least possibly some damaging straight line wind occurring at this time. As far as our shear product, which is a measure of where there may be rotation, see that little green right there is where we possibly have some mild rotation. I think that's a few minutes behind the actual area of rotation, more so near and just north of the Anderson area. So those are a couple of the areas we're monitoring for possible rotation at this time, is right between Lexington and Anderson. That's going to be racing northeastward into southern Lawrence and southern Giles County here before too long. Still no word from the Weather Service on any debris or any damage or anything as far as a confirmed tornado, so that's great to hear. And hopefully that's the way it pans out. This may not be the last tornado warning tonight, folks. We do have a watch that is in effect until later on tonight at 11 p.m. for North Alabama. So I'll go and zoom out and give you the big picture here real quick. Those of you east of I-65 not seeing much rain at all. Farther to the north and west, things beginning to get active as this main line moves our way. The tornado watch in effect until 11 o'clock this evening. For those of you highlighted in yellow, and that does include Huntsville. It includes Decatur as well. And we'll see if they decide to extend this watch into northeast Alabama. It's possible they do that eventually. We'll have to wait and see what the Weather Service decides to do in the Storm Prediction Center. I do want to give you folks farther to the south here in the more populated areas right around Florence and Muscle Shoals a heads up. Obviously, the heavy rain coming down. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for you folks in effect until 7:15 this evening. That's parts of Colbert and Lauderdale counties. 60-mile-per-hour wind, quarter-size hail possible with that storm. Farther to the south and west, we have this storm here. Also severe warning for southern Colbert County, northern Franklin County. Same threat, 60-mile-per-hour wind, quarter-size hail. Now we have a lot of what we call wind shear in the atmosphere, and that's a measure of the wind kind of turning these storms. If there's a lot of wind shear, these storms are going to tend to rotate. There is a lot of that wind shear in place tonight, so while these are not currently tornado warned, they may at some point tap into that wind shear and begin to spin. We'll keep an eye on all these storms as they move across North Alabama tonight, but for the time being, this is just a warning for damaging straight line wind threat and some quarter-size hail as well. Same for this storm moving right through Florence and into the Muscle Shoals area. Tornado warning for this particular storm here in northeast Lauderdale County continues for another 10 minutes. This is going to be tracking into southern Tennessee here very soon. And when that comes to fruition, or if this tornado warning is allowed to be dropped, we will send it back to regular programming on TV, and we'll keep you going with the live stream here for a little bit longer after that. We'll put another track here, and the area of rotation now beginning to pop up near far northeast parts of the state, moving into southern middle Tennessee. No longer a concern for you folks in Killen. This is moving away from Lexington, but Lexington, you are still in the tornado warning, so I do want you to remain in your shelter until this warning expires. But here's the big picture here. There's the area of rotation right now. This is going to be moving toward Appleton at 7:07. We're talking about Giles County, Tennessee communities. After that, Minor Hill at 7:20, Stella 7:29. There's I-65, stormy weather heading toward I-65. Looks to be probably in the next 45 minutes or so for those particular locations, maybe an hour, but eventually travel will be impacted up and down the I-65 corridor like it has near Nashville, for example, earlier today, where some serious storms moved through those locations about a couple of hours ago. Those of you wondering when are the storms going to arrive in communities farther east, in Decatur, for example, looks like around 9 o'clock or so is when some strong storms will impact you. Huntsville between 9 and 10 is the approximate arrival time for you folks down the line there. In fact, let's go ahead and take a broad look at the big picture here. Just give you a rough estimate of what we're expecting as far as arrival time. Now, this is to be taken with a grain of salt here because it's a long ways away, but rough estimate of timeline here. I think that's probably way too fast here. We'll go ahead and try that again. I think it's not going to be quite that quick. But nonetheless, arrival time in Limestone County in the next hour or so. So Athens, 7:30 to 8 o'clock. Again, this is a rough estimate just on a broad scale of what could happen. Closer to, I think, closer to 9 o'clock for Huntsville rather than that 8:12 it's showing there. Same for you folks around Decatur. If you are just joining us, severe weather coverage here. I'm Chief Meteorologist Taylor Canoose, joined by Meteorologist Amber Kulik. We have multiple warnings ongoing in northwest parts of Alabama at this hour, including one tornado warning that is in effect for northeast Lauderdale County until 7 o'clock this evening. Rotation on the radar, but no confirmed tornadoes with that particular storm at this moment. We are keeping an eye on it to see if there are any reports of damage. Only damage report we've seen so far, Amber, is from a different storm earlier. Some reports of damage near Cherokee of a tree down there. That was back at 5:39 over an hour ago. Actually associated with this same storm, but back when it was in western parts of Colbert County and in Lauderdale County earlier. Amber, why don't you walk through what's going on in some of the more populated areas right now?
So I'm keeping an eye on this storm just to the east of Florence. This is near Wilson Dam Road, and this one has some pretty good hail with it. So let's go ahead and show you what we're looking at here. Now, this product's going to lag a little bit from where the actual storm is. So again, back when it was near Sheffield, had some pretty good hail with this storm. So I've been telling you all night long, you want to make sure you're away from your windows as these storms roll through. We'll check for some shear, but again, just not there in this storm, which is some great news. So we'll go ahead and zoom back out to show you exactly what we have going on. So if you are in the Shoals, again, this is near Wilson Lake shores. And this storm has some pretty good hail with it just to the east of Florence and Killen. This one's going to be headed towards you over the next little bit as well. So we'll zoom out a little more here. I'll put a track on this so you can see exactly where it's headed over the next little bit. So if you are in Killen, again, you want to make sure you're away from your doors and windows. 7:08 for the arrival time in Killen for this storm. Brooks School at 7:09. And then we have Center Star again at 7:19. So this storm is not tornado warned, but again, has some hail with it. So still a dangerous storm. Make sure that you're off the roadways as this moves through. And not seeing anything else from the National Weather Service right now, so I'll toss things back over to Taylor so he can get you the latest.
All right, thanks Amber. Great info there about that hail around the shoals. Be safe and stay indoors as these storms pass on by. Good news for those of you watching in Lauderdale County. The worst of this storm, about as far as the concern for tornadoes, about to clear out of your location. I think you're safe in Limestone County as well. This is moving into southwest parts of Giles County. See the red and the green there? That's where we have at least some broad rotation ongoing. So that's the area of current concern. I'll go ahead and zoom in here just for you folks watching in Giles County real quick to see where exactly this is headed. This is State Highway 11 near the Minor Hill area at this moment. Again, no confirmation of a tornado from this particular storm. The tornado warning does technically continue for northeast Lauderdale County until 7 o'clock, so we'll stay with you until this warning expires on WAAY 31 TV. After that, we'll see. We'll let you go and head back to regular programming. Might be some gusty winds near Anderson right now. So there's Anderson just north of you all. This is Highway 64. There's State Highway 207. Gusty winds potentially up to 60 miles per hour for those particular locations at this very moment. A little bit broader view shows that we do have some strong storms, as I'll switch to the radar product here momentarily. We do have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings up and down this line near the shoals, Franklin County, Colbert County. Both of those severe thunderstorm warnings in effect until 7:15 this evening. The lone tornado warning located right there in eastern Lauderdale County in effect until 7 o'clock this evening for another few minutes. Time right now 6:56. If you are watching on our stream, there may be a minute delay, so I wanted to make you clear about what time we're referring to this current activity. Back to it and a zoom in look at each of these storms as they impact parts of northwest Alabama. Pretty nasty storms developing around Muscle Shoals right now, moving east of Florence for the time being. Certainly could be some hail mixed in there. Get a look at the hail product and take a look at what that looks like. Again, a bit of a lag. The hail is likely actually falling right around here south of Killen, right near the river right now, near the Virginia Shores area. If we get a rough estimate here, this looks like it's greater than 1 inch size, potentially in that dark blue area. It looks like, okay, it's topping out right around quarter size there, 1 inch diameter. So that's the Steenson Hollow location. Again, maybe a couple minute lag with that hail location, but nonetheless could be heavy enough and big enough to cause some damage in those locations. Amber, do you have an update?
So the National Weather Service in Huntsville just expired the tornado warning for Lauderdale County.
Okay, great news.
Some great news.
Yeah, all right. Those of you watching that have been in your shelter in Lauderdale County, you are free to get back to your normal lives. Of course, there are still strong storms in the area. There could be continued tornadoes that pop up later tonight, so be on alert. But the tornado threat is currently not an active issue for North Alabama. We'll let you know if that changes later on tonight. So those of you watching on WAAY 31, we'll go ahead and send it back to regular programming. I do want us to continue our coverage online at waaytv.com, on the WAAY 31 Facebook page, and on our YouTube channel as well. So if you're interested in following along, you can watch our coverage there. Thank you for watching. All right, those of you watching on the stream, we are still here, I promise. We're going to continue watching these storms. No active tornado warnings at this time. The tornado warning that was in effect for eastern Lauderdale County has been allowed to expire, but we continue to have some dangerous storms as far as the threat for hail and damaging wind around some populated areas around the shoals right now. So Amber, I'm going to toss it to you for a minute here. I'm going to grab a drink of water and let you walk through what you're seeing as far as those severe thunderstorm warnings are concerned.
Yeah, of course. So I'm keeping an eye on all these storms out in the shoals right now. And we have this one that has a little bit of hail within it. So again, I'll zoom back out, show you what we have going on. So this is the severe thunderstorm warning for Colbert and Franklin County. Where you see the pink and the white color, that's where we're seeing the hail fall. And of course, if you are in this area, you need to make sure that you're away from your doors and windows. So I'll even zoom it in here a little closer to give you some communities that will be impacted by this hail over the next little bit here. So this is going to stay to the east of Rock Creek. It's passing over Highway 84 right now as we speak, and we'll go over a little bit to show you. So Crooked Oak, this is going to stay just off to your west, but you still need to stay away from those doors and windows over the next little bit. We'll zoom it out a little bit, and I'll even put a track on this to show you exactly who can expect this storm over the next couple of minutes here. So anywhere from New Bethel Elementary School at 7:21, and then we have Milk Springs at 7:34, Colbert Heights School at 7:35. So if I called out your neighborhood, then you need to make sure you're away from doors and windows over the next little bit as the storm moves through your area. So we'll go back out. I'll zoom out to show you what we have going on. Again, this line of showers and thunderstorms moving through the shoals as we speak. We have no active tornado warnings for all of North Alabama. Great news there, but these storms are producing some hail, some gusty winds, and very heavy rainfall. So now's not the time to be out on the roadways. If you need to get something done, put it off till tomorrow if you can do so. I'm also keeping an eye on the National Weather Service, which they haven't said anything over the past little bit. We have no reports of damage from that tornado warning that we saw a couple of minutes ago. Great news there. But again, this is what we're watching. This is what we've been telling you about over the past week. And this is going to continue to make its way through the Tennessee Valley. Now, the good news is, once this line makes it through your area, you're done with the severe weather for the rest of the evening. You can go about your evening. You can go to sleep and sleep comfortably, because this has to make it through your area first. So if you're watching us in Huntsville or Decatur, Moulton, you still have a little bit before these storms get to you. But of course, I'll send things back over to Chief Meteorologist Taylor Canoose with the latest.
All right, great job, Amber. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. A lot of storms moving into northwest Alabama tonight. This whole line is going to gradually move across North Alabama, so we'll be here to watch it with you to make sure nothing spins up and produces something we don't want to see, a tornado, but no immediate threat for tornadoes for the time being. Right now we have 2 active severe thunderstorm warnings stretching from southern Lauderdale through much of Colbert County and down toward northern Franklin County. Those warnings in effect, both of them until 7:15 this evening. The tornado warning again has been dropped for eastern Lauderdale County. That's been replaced by a severe thunderstorm warning in Giles County in southern middle Tennessee. A couple of hail cores likely developing across the area at this time, so we'll take another look at those. One here that's possibly producing at least some quarter-size hail in far northern Colbert County, and then a separate one that might head near Russellville over the next 20 to 30 minutes as well. So let's go ahead and take a look at those locations, see what's going on. We'll start here near the Franklin and Colbert County line. This is likely not severe hail that's ongoing, but nonetheless, it's worth monitoring. Stand by. We'll get the hail product back up there. There we go. And this is probably in the lines of half-inch diameter hail. We're talking about, your typical marble size hail. Nothing that's necessarily going to cause damage, but it could certainly be noticeable. That's rural parts of northern Franklin County where that is ongoing. So we move farther to the north and east. We have that separate hail core ongoing just northeast of Muscle Shoals. So pan up there, that severe thunderstorm warning still in effect until 7:15. Same for this northern cell. And we have hail ongoing near the Lister Hill community near Wilson Lake Shores. You see the blue there, that's where we could be looking at some quarter-size hail, and that's the trigger for severe thunderstorms. Very close to 1-inch diameter hail. That's quarter size, and that's the type of hail that can cause damage. So for some perspective here, Lister Hill community, the Underwood Crossroads area. This is near Wilson Lake Shores. That's the Tennessee River right there. It's going to be heading toward Wheeler State Park, Joe Wheeler State Park before too long. Could be dealing with some hail in that location as well. So again, generally up to quarter-size hail possible east of Muscle Shoals, east of Florence. This is moving away from you folks in those locations. Hopefully that trend continues. You know, those of you in Florence and Muscle Shoals, I think the worst of the weather is pushing east of you. That was our main concern, that line right there. Now those of you down the road in Lawrence County and Limestone County, it's your turn to get ready because we could be looking at some nasty weather moving your way before too long. Looks like, is this a new thunderstorm warning that's been issued? Or nope, just been cut off. Okay, so looks like that's been just sliced to remove the western parts of Muscle Shoals. But both these warnings continuing until 7:15 this evening. That new warning up in southern Middle Tennessee in effect until 7:30 this evening. Rogersville, get ready. At least some heavy rainfall and gusty winds heading your way. Town Creek, you'll be in the mix here as well, although it looks like that particular storm is going to miss you to the north, but you'll need to watch out for this one down in Colbert County as this all drifts to the east. Big picture. Line of storms with multiple severe thunderstorm warnings stretching back to Tennessee and Mississippi will be marching eastward over time. We continue to have a tornado watch in place until 11 o'clock this evening for most of North Alabama from Madison County through Morgan County and westward. That is where the tornado watch is in place. We will wait and see if they decide to extend the watch farther east. Probably going to depend largely on what happens over these next few hours, but there is the possibility that we do see that threat continue farther east. Here's future radar, and this is new data that gets updated every hour. So as we get toward 8, 9 o'clock, that's when it starts to approach Huntsville, Decatur, down toward Moulton, Coleman. And then as we head toward 10, 11 o'clock, Scottsboro, Gunnersville, that's when you'll be seeing the potentially strong storms move your direction. DeKalb County around midnight is when those strong storms could be heading your way. As time wears on, we're going to lose the ingredients we need for severe weather, so the threat will be dropping over time. Lingering rain late tonight through tomorrow morning, but as far as a severe threat goes, that's going to be long gone by the time you wake up tomorrow morning. Amber still monitoring a couple of chances at hail in parts of northwest Alabama. What are you seeing out there right now?
Yeah, not seeing a whole lot of change from the past little bit here. Still keeping an eye on this storm that's just to the south and the east of Florence, because this one has the best chance of producing hail with it right now. And just to let you know, I am keeping an eye on the comments. So if you're seeing hail in your neighborhood, let us know, and that'll help us out when it comes to telling you exactly what storm's producing hail and what storm's producing damage all together. So I will go back here to our camera. We'll zoom in, show you some of these communities that have the best chance of seeing any decent hail over the next little bit. Killen, I've been calling you out over the past little bit here, but this one does look to stay off towards your east, but you want to make sure you're in your safe place as this moves through. Wilson Lake Shores, this will stay off to your east as well, but again, stay away from those doors and windows. This will be crossing 72 as we head into the next little bit here. So if you're traveling along 72 towards Killen, then you need to pull over beforehand to let the storm pass you through. So let's go back to our radar here, and I'll show you what it's looking like. Very heavy rain on 72 as we speak, so not the best driving conditions. A lot of lightning in the storm as well. So we'll go ahead, zoom out, show you the rest of the area. That storm behind it has a good hail core with it as well. When you see that pink and that white color, that's where we'll see the best chance of any hail within the storm. So again, keeping an eye on the National Weather Service here.
There's a new warning that was just issued.
And another warning. So at least we're just seeing severe thunderstorm warnings. We haven't seen we've seen one tornado warning, and that's it so far this evening. So hopefully we can keep it like that. But Taylor, I'll send things back over to you.
All right, thanks so much. Here is that new warning. It includes several counties stretching from Lauderdale and eastern Colbert, northern Lawrence, and much of Limestone County, stretching all the way toward Athens. This warning in effect until 7:30, so they're pretty confident this is picking up pace as it moves east. Heads up, Rogersville, and surrounding communities all the way to Athens and much of Limestone County, including that Highway 72 corridor. Severe thunderstorm warning in place until 7:30 this evening, and this does have the tornado possible tag. That means the Weather Service keeping an eye on an area of rotation, but not seeing enough there to go with the full-blown tornado warning. So I do want to look at a couple products to see if we do have at least signs of rotation out there. Not seeing anything dramatic from the high top radar. We can look at other locations to get a glimpse. Nothing that screams major concern right now for me. This is our Muscle Shoals Doppler radar, and it is suggesting that there may be at least some modest rotation here. Again, this general area, it's tough to tell at this time. Nothing screams immediate concern, bottom line, but we'll keep an eye on it. Damaging straight line wind is our primary concern at this very moment. I do want to put a track on this real quick and show you what direction it is moving. It's moving quickly to the northeast here, east-northeast. So approximate arrival times, take this with a grain of salt, but this is what we're seeing. Elgin around 7:10, which is right now. Tunersville at 7:13, Cherry Grove 7:19, Lauderdale County High School 7:23 arrival time. Rogersville 7:23 as well. That's 13 minutes from right now. Current time 7:10. Oliver 7:27, Cairo 7:34, over to Lentzville around 7:36. So we're talking about western parts of Limestone County at that point. Athens, I would approximate the arrival time to be closer to the 7:40 time frame, maybe perhaps 7:45. That's just a rough estimate at this time, but either way, be prepared eventually for these storms to get close to you in Athens and have the potential to produce some damaging wind gusts and perhaps some large hail as well. Right now, the Weather Service going with maximum hail size of about penny size, 0.75-inch diameter, so that's just shy of the severe threshold. The main concern right now, damaging straight line wind up to 60 miles per hour and a potential for a tornado to spin up. That is not currently an immediate threat, but is something we'll be watching here shortly. Let's go and pop up our Muscle Shoals live Doppler radar. Again, if something were to pop up as far as rotation is concerned, I would be watching near the Tennessee River. Not seeing that at the moment, but it's something worth monitoring, that is for sure. The Weather Service Columbus radar, and it's showing certainly heavy downpours, nothing terribly organized, just some potential for some strong straight line wind moving in those directions. Pretty good punch of wind right around here near Killen, behind that initial surge of storms. So that's being picked up there on the radar, and that's probably the case for the Muscle Shoals radar as well. Some stronger gusts being picked up there at this moment. So Amber, we're continuing to watch, for kind of borderline severe hail threat, borderline damaging wind for the time being. Nothing that I would say is extremely life-threatening, but we're kind of getting to the point where at least the potential is there for the heavy downpours and storms that are going to make some noise at the very least. Oh yeah, definitely some heavy downpours. I've been looking over all of our chats to see if we're having any reports of damage. So far, no damage, but we do have a report of pea-sized hail on Ashley Avenue in Florence, about 2 miles west of Killen. So there you go. These storms are producing hail this evening, so a good reason not to be on the roadways out driving in these storms. So let's go ahead and send you back over to the radar here, show you what's happening. And again, once this line moves through your area, then you're good. You don't have to worry about severe weather for the rest of the evening, but it has to pass through your area first. So right now, all we're seeing is severe thunderstorm warnings for that threat of some hail, but something we'll continue to monitor as these continue to move off towards the east. So if you're in Moulton, if you're in Danville, Faultville, Decatur, and into Athens and Huntsville and Meridianville, well, you have to wait a little longer for these storms to clear your area before we can give you the all clear. But places that I do feel comfortable giving you the all clear, we'll zoom into. So if you are in, say, Waterloo, you're good to go. You don't have to worry about any more severe weather for the rest of the evening, so you can breathe a little easy. Let's see here. We'll even pan down a little bit. Cherokee,
I'd say you're pretty good to go for the rest of the evening as well. But right now, that is the only places I feel comfortable with saying that you're in the clear. For the rest of the shoals, you still got a little bit longer before these storms get through your area. So with that, Taylor, I'm going to send things back over to you.
All right. Yeah. All great points there. Thanks, Amber. As far as the time being is concerned, we do have several active severe thunderstorm warnings. This one right here just issued a few minutes ago. Lasts until 7:30 this evening. Primary concern is damaging straight line wind up to 60 miles per hour. Certainly some heavy downpours as well. And we are getting some reports of some flash flooding on Persimmon Tree Road near Bailey Road. This is in far northwest Limestone County, right around here, where there are some reports of flash flooding in those locations. So that's something else that could be an issue tonight. These thunderstorms producing so much rain at such a little time that it could cause at least some flash flooding. Hard to believe considering how dry we were this fall, but you know, you get too much rain in too little time. Eventually it has nowhere to go. So that's going to be a concern as well. Those of you watching in Limestone County, most of you not seeing the storms at the moment, but it is expected to move that way pretty soon. This storm right here approaching Rogersville right now will be moving east into Limestone County pretty soon. So that's roughly what we're watching right now. Put a rough timeline here for you folks watching in Athens. Again, Rogersville, arrival time here pretty soon. I think it's going to be sooner than what this cone is suggesting. So actually, I'm going to go ahead and do a squall instead here to give you a better idea of what's going on. I think this probably got a slightly better handle of the situation. So moving to the east, northeast would put it to arrive in these communities. Rogersville, yeah, pretty soon, around 7:21. That seems more legitimate. Lentzville around 7:34. Oakland 7:39. Ardmore around 7:45 this evening. That's about a half hour from right now. I do think we'll see potentially some impacts close to Athens around 7:45 as well. It is possible this particular storm misses you just to the north, but there are more storms to the south and west that could impact you eventually as well. Speaking of which, let's go ahead and pan to the south and west. These thunderstorms no longer severe warned in parts of Colbert and Franklin County, so you're free from the warnings in both of those locations for the time being. That's not to say we're in the clear just yet, but that's certainly a good sign for you folks there. Pop up the local Weather Service radar to get a better look at that storm. I do think there's a possibility of some hail from those storms still, so don't let your guard down completely just yet. Looks like potentially near Russellville here, or just north of Russellville, near State Highway or Highway 43 is where we could be looking at least some hail near pea to marble size. It is not severe, therefore no warning in place at this time. We do not have really any signal of hail back in Franklin County either, so that is good news. Hopefully that's a trend that continues, but there is heavy rainfall near Red Bay right now. A lot of lightning with that particular storm as well. Possibly could see a surge of some wind occasionally with that particular storm. In fact, we'll go ahead and take a look at our wind product here. Nothing that screams anything that's severe right now. Again, there could be some gusty winds in southern Colbert County. Kind of see that bright pink is where that might be the case as well. But nothing severe in those locations for the time being. So that is great to see. And hey, you folks in the shoals, you might get through this fairly unscathed. We'll cross our fingers that's the case not only for you, but for the entire region. It's been a terrible day in Tennessee with multiple confirmed tornadoes that caused a lot of damage up in near Nashville, in the northern part of Tennessee as well. West Tennessee had its fair share of tornadoes, so they've had the worst of it so far as tornadoes are concerned. We're not out of the woods yet here in North Alabama, but so far we're doing okay, and no reports of damage from tornadoes at this time. Amber, any updates on reports or any questions on the stream, anything like that?
Good news is not seeing any reports at this time, so good to hear there. I've been checking the stream to make sure I'm not missing anything, but if I am missing your comment, then just send me a message if you can. I am definitely on Facebook and Twitter, X, whatever they call it now, every platform you can think of. But here's what we have going on across the Tennessee Valley. Again, that line is the one that we've been watching, but we we do have some showers starting to develop in front of the line. So if you hear rain falling, this looks like it's right near Lacon, some very heavy rainfall, not severe though. This is ahead of the actual line that will move through your area over the next couple of hours. We even have some showers starting to develop into near Moulton right now and down in the southern part of Madison County as well. But again, these are not severe, just some showers popping up ahead of this main line. And the good news is we only have that one severe thunderstorm warning left for our viewing area for the time being. So fingers crossed that this is a trend that we're going to see over the next little bit here, and not even a whole lot of lightning once you get down towards Russellville. So great news there. Hopefully the trend continues. We do have a special weather statement that was just issued for Colbert, Franklin, Lawrence, and Limestone counties. And of course, that's going to be for that strong thunderstorm line as it moves through. Wind gusts as high as 40-50 miles per hour. But again, nothing like our friends in Tennessee saw over the past couple of hours here. So hopefully this trend will continue for us here in North Alabama. I'm going to send it back over to you, Taylor.
All right, thanks, Amber. So the tornado watch continues until 11 o'clock this evening. Would not be shocked if it's dropped early for Northwest Alabama. But you are still in the watch for the time being. But this main line is really the last hurrah for the severe chances. Once it passes east of your location, you are going to be severe free. So we are almost out of the woods in Florence, Muscle Shoals. Certainly we are good to go in Cherokee as far as avoiding the severe stuff. I think you're free to not worry about severe weather anymore in Cherokee, for example. But again, tornado watch continues for all the counties highlighted in yellow until 11 o'clock this evening. Our future radar doing a pretty good job of showing where it's expected to be at the top of the next hour. Might be a little behind, but it has the general idea. So get ready in Decatur around 9 o'clock. Huntsville, 9:30-ish, I think is a rough estimate for the timeline for those storms to reach the Rocket City. Probably closer to 9 the more I look at it. Then continuing its push eastward after that. Still posing the threat for tornadoes, still posing the threat for damaging straight line wind, heavy downpours and lightning. All of that in play tonight. Even occasional hail like we have seen in Northwest Alabama will be possible until this all clears into Georgia early in the morning, later on tonight and early on Sunday morning. Rain will linger for some of you early tomorrow, just won't stick around too long, and we don't have to worry about anything in the way of storms tomorrow as well. So that's certainly good news for us. Again, we have the one active severe thunderstorm warning in place. That is in until 7:30 this evening. It's for this particular storm right here. We continue to have the tornado possible tag from the National Weather Service, which means they noticed at least some rotation with this storm, but not enough to warrant a tornado warning. Do want to look at our velocity products here. Again, nothing really standing out at this time. What we're looking at here is basically the radar is taking a look at what direction the raindrops are moving. If they're moving away from the radar, then it will show a red. If it's moving toward the radar, then it's going to show a green. If we see bright colors of red, bright colors of green close to each other, that's how we know we have rotation. Right now we're just seeing a lot of red, which is a sign of generally straight line winds. If we start to see some green get in the mix here, that would be a sign of potentially some rotation, but we're just not seeing that right now. Hopefully it remains that way. Here's a different angle. So this is from the high top Alabama National Weather Service radar. Everything moving toward that radar, so therefore it's green. And again, there may be some little bursts of stronger straight line wind around here near Rogersville right now, pushing eastward. But as far as an actual threat for tornadoes, does not look like there's anything imminent right now, and that's certainly good news. I apologize. I pushed the wrong button there. I'll get back to that in 1 second here to get you an updated look at that track. But again, we have that one severe thunderstorm warning in parts of Lauderdale, Limestone County, northern Lawrence, far northeastern Colbert County. That in effect until 7:30 this evening as this storm continues its march to the east-northeast. So going to be continuing its march into northern Limestone County here pretty soon. Updated timeline puts it in Lentzville around 7:31. Again, a few smaller communities. There's Lake Town. It's about to move into your location pretty soon. We get to the I-65 corridor near Cary around 7:46. So if this were to impact Athens, which is Athens, you're right here. Again, if you're impacted by this storm, it will be at around 7:45. But I think it's more likely you're impacted by this storm a little bit later, closer to 8 o'clock or so. this evening. So we're just kind of tracking a couple of possible storms across the area that could bring the impacts, but this is the lone severe thunderstorm warning in North Alabama for the time being. Still not getting many reports in the way of damage. That's fantastic news. If we can get away through the night without much damage, that would be a big relief for all of us. That is for sure. They were not so lucky in Tennessee. A lot of damage likely due to numerous tornadoes that occurred in some populated locations, like up in Nashville. So our thoughts are with folks up there as they continue to deal with those storms up there this evening. In fact, I believe there was a severe thunderstorm warning up there, a tornado warning up in Middle Tennessee not too long ago. Yep, there's another one that's near Murfreesboro. So again, this is away from us, but just getting a checkup of what's going on up and down this line. That's now southeast of Nashville and Murfreesboro, that they're dealing with another tornado warning, another populated area dealing with a mess in Tennessee tonight. So our thoughts are with them, and we'll hope everything pans out for the best. But I know there was certainly some damage from numerous storms up there earlier today. So as far as our coverage is concerned, if this warning is dropped, we'll likely at least take a breather here to get a drink of water and catch our breaths. If it is extended, we'll try to stay with you all a little bit longer. Amber, you see anything of note at this point?
So I'm keeping an eye on this line. I'm also keeping an eye on your comments on our stream. So some that I've been watching on our Facebook stream, we had pea-sized hail in Florence, Alabama, dime to nickel-sized hail on Lime Rock Road on Underwood Mountain in Tuscumbia around 7:10, but now just rain and some thunder. So great news there for you in Tuscumbia. Hail in Littleville in Colbert County. And we also had that hail in Killen as well. So that's what we've been seeing out of a lot of these storms, is just hail, which great news as long as it stays on the small side. We don't want the hail that can damage your cars or your windows, but so far we haven't really seen any of that. And so far things are looking pretty good from Russellville down towards Red Bay. We don't have a severe thunderstorm warning there. We have lightning within this line, but that's about it. So I do want to pan out here because I want to show you what's going on for the rest of the Tennessee Valley. We're getting a lot of questions about Moulton, about Faultville. You're good right now. Moulton, you're not even seeing any rain at the time. And in Morgan County, southern Morgan County, you're seeing a little bit of rainfall, but it's not severe. You have to wait for this line to make it through your area. After that, you're good to go for the rest of the night. We've been saying that for a while now. This is the line that will bring that severe threat. And after it moves through your area, then you don't have to worry about it for the rest of the evening. But Taylor, that's about all I've got for you now. I'll keep an eye on these comments. And again, if you're seeing anything from hail to maybe some flooding roadways, don't drive over them. But if you see them, send them my way, and I'll report it out for everyone else to know.
Appreciate it, Amber. Thank you so much. And if you are just hopping on this evening, we have a tornado watch in effect until 11 o'clock this evening for everyone highlighted in yellow, which is most of our area, just excluding northeast Alabama. It's possible you will be added to the watch later on tonight, but the way that things have unfolded for North Alabama so far, chances are we may just end up dropping this watch once the storms pass on through and call it a night. I'm certainly hoping that's the case for all of us in North Alabama. I do want to walk you through the timeline here once again. This broken line of storms, which may occasionally be severe, will continue its march eastward for the rest of the night. We'll pause it at 10 o'clock, and that's when it could be at its stormiest in areas like Huntsville and Decatur. Back toward Moulton, we'll be dealing with some wet weather around that time. Hartselle as well. And then after that, 11 o'clock, Scottsboro, Gunnersville, down toward Coleman, even into midnight. That's when we can expect some stormy weather for those folks and at least some severe weather potential. Those of you in Fort Payne, it may be a while, maybe not even near or after midnight, but eventually some storms will roll your way. The later these storms arrive in your location, the better off you're going to be, because as we get later in the night, we lose more and more of the ingredients we need for severe weather. So the threat will be dropping over time. Don't let your guard down completely, but that certainly is better news. The later these come to your location, the better off you're going to be. So that's all good news for us here in North Alabama. Rain may linger tomorrow morning, but besides that, should be good to go as we head into Sunday. It does look like the severe thunderstorm warning has been dropped. Amber, am I seeing that correctly?
Yes, you are. That is what I'm reading from the National Weather Service right now.
All right, good deal. All right, so with that in mind, We're going to go ahead and take a break here real quick. We will be back as soon as the new warnings popped up. We'll be sure to hop back on here. We appreciate you all watching. Stay on this link right here on WAAYTV.com, on our Facebook live video, and on YouTube as well. We are in all those locations. Again, as soon as a new warning is issued, we'll be back right here to bring you more updates. All right, I'm Chief Meteorologist Taylor Knust here with an update on the current severe weather situation. I'll start with the good news. The tornado watch has been dropped for Lauderdale, Colbert, and Franklin counties, so you are severe clear for the rest of the night. Meanwhile, we still have the tornado watch for Madison, Morgan, Limestone, Lawrence counties, as well as Lincoln County until 11 o'clock this evening. And then we'll have that watch in effect until 2 o'clock in the morning for Jackson, Marshall, DeKalb counties, and surrounding counties farther to the south as well, again through 2 o'clock in the morning early on Sunday. So far, the weather has been cooperating for the most part. We have not had any warnings locally over the past hour and a half. Now, we do have quite a few thunderstorms, a ton of lightning across the area right now. Where you see those little lightning marks is where we've had a strike within the last 15 minutes. So plenty of that going on, plenty of electrical charge, plenty of rain out there as well. And it is getting active across much of the region. So let's just go ahead and take a little tour across the area to see a closer look at what's going on. We'll start here in northeast Alabama from Madison to Jackson County. So far, rain-free in Scottsboro, but it's getting closer. We have downpours stretching from western parts of Jackson County through Gurley down toward near New Hope, Owens Crossroads, heavy downpour there. We also have heavy rainfall from near Hazel Green in the New Market area down to Meridianville. Much of Huntsville getting in on some of that heavy rainfall as well as back toward Madison. I do want to look at our hail product real quick just to make sure we don't have any of that falling here. It looks like we do have a little on the south side of Madison County right now. This isn't much. It's not severe, probably about pea size. So that is possible from Lacey Spring over to near New Hope, around Green Mountain, around Owens Crossroads as well. That's going to be a possibility for those particular locations. As for the rest of you, not much of a hail threat for the time being, but main concern is going to be some gusty winds that could be up to 40 miles per hour, torrential downpours and frequent lightning. Certainly not a good time to be outside with all that lightning and all that charge with these particular storms moving through Madison and Jackson County. Go ahead and pan to the west here a little bit toward Limestone County. Rain pretty much countywide. It's not terribly heavy though, which is great to see. I've seen some reports of some gusty winds in Limestone County recently, but below severe threshold. So we're looking okay in Decatur right now. In Athens, more rain to come certainly, but nothing that is severe at this very moment. Continue the trek westward. Again, we are out of the tornado watch in Lauderdale, Colbert, and Franklin counties. We do continue to see some moderate rainfall in areas like Rogersville, Town Creek, down toward Russellville. Let's head to Lawrence County now because we do have one strong storm here in the southeast corner of the county that's had at least a history of producing some small hail, and that could be possible here as well. So we'll take a look at our hail product for that particular storm as well. And this could be a little bit bigger hail with this. Our hail tracker does lag a little bit behind, but nickel-size hail possible with this storm as it moves into southeast Lawrence County. Now, I know that's a quite rural part of the area, but still, those of you that may have property around there may run into some hail pretty soon, and it could eventually track into parts of Morgan County within the next hour or so. I'll go ahead and put a track on this, show you where it's headed next. Generally toward areas like Hartselle, Falkville, the I-65 corridor. That's going to be its next destination here. Rough estimate of timing would put it near Neal around 9:12, 9:21 or 9:22 for Hartselle. Priceville around 9:28, Somerville 9:34, Winton area around 9:39. So for the I-65 corridor, just before 9:30, about 20 minutes from right now is when you can expect an increase in the rainfall, some gusty winds, and perhaps some small hail to move that particular direction with that particular storm. Now, there are some downpours out ahead of it that could be moving through sooner. In fact, we're seeing that at this moment as well. So just a couple things to keep in mind is heavy downpours here and there, certainly possible moving forward. Pan back to the east here, we have some thunderstorms in Coleman County. Here's Morgan County right now. We had some signs of broad rotation with this particular storm that's now in southeast Madison County. Not much sign of it at this point, but there at least is some history there. Pull up the velocity product on the high top National Weather Service radar. Yeah, not much there. Perhaps a little something around here, but nothing that is noteworthy or worthy of a tornado warning, that is for sure. So that's good news there. But certainly a heavy downpour, frequent lightning near Lacey Spring, getting close to New Hope. Those of you in Marshall County that are watching, not much has happened yet, but that's going to change pretty soon. Arab, get ready. You'll have some heavy downpours moving your direction soon. Within the hour, Gunnersville beginning to see the rain. Might be about another hour or so for Albertville down to Boaz, but eventually you'll get these storms as well. Probably another couple of hours, but eventually those of you in DeKalb County will get some showers and storms to head your direction later on tonight as well. Again, no severe warnings at this time. Hopefully that trend continues. We have definitely seen a weakening trend on the radar here over the past couple of hours, and we're hoping that persists through the rest of the night. Big picture, it's been a bad day in Tennessee. Numerous tornadoes that caused a lot of damage in populated locations. The cold front still back to our west here a little bit. The storms are surging out ahead of that front a little bit, and as it's doing that, it's kind of losing its juice a little bit. So as it continues to drift away from the front, it will likely continue to weaken to some extent. But here is the actual front, and as long as that's west of us, it's going to continue to produce some rain showers and some storms across the region throughout much of the night tonight. Here's the latest on future radar. We'll time it out at 11 o'clock. We still are dealing with some showers and storms across much of the area. DeKalb County may not be until close to midnight, but eventually you'll start to see some wet weather, and it will stick around for the remainder of the night and into early Sunday. Wet weather possible for some of you, especially east of I-65 early in the day tomorrow. It is not going to stick around very long. By late morning, should be out of here. We'll be left with a cold and windy day out there. Temperatures in the 40s all day long tomorrow. So definitely a change of pace from the near record warmth we had this afternoon. We were just 2 degrees shy of a record high in Huntsville today with a high of 71 degrees. Our high tomorrow, 47. So as far as the rest of the night is concerned, we still have some severe weather threat, but it's not nearly as concerning as it looked like a few hours ago. The main concern is going to be damaging straight line wind up to 60 miles per hour. 1 or 2 brief tornadoes is still possible. That's why we still have that tornado watch. And the hail threat low, but not out of the question for us in North Alabama. So we'll be keeping an eye on this. As long as we have storms in the area, we'll stick around and keep an eye on it. Our next live update, if we don't get any new warnings, will be around 10 o'clock, and that will be our WAAY 31 News at 10, so you can watch that on WAAY 31. You can watch it on WAAYTV.com. We'll keep it up on here as well on our Facebook live stream and our YouTube live stream as well. We appreciate you all tuning in tonight. We hope you all are staying safe. Make sure you still have that weather safety plan in case a tornado warning does happen to be issued for your location later on tonight. Know where you and your family will go if that is a situation, and make sure you have multiple ways to receive that warning information. All right, that's all I got for now. No news is good news. I'll be sure to chime back in if we have any updates on dangerous weather. But that's all for me for now, and we'll be back at 10. All right, good evening, everyone. This is Chief Meteorologist Taylor Knust hopping on with an update. We don't have any active warnings in North Alabama, but keeping an eye on a couple of storms that appear to be strengthening and showing at least some signs of rotation. And I want to take you to Jackson County in particular, near Scottsboro here. This storm looking pretty impressive here. Heavy rainfall certainly is a concern, but as we look at the radar and the velocity, it is showing at least some potential for some rotation. Not strong enough for the Weather Service to issue a warning just yet, but this is right near Scottsboro. Whenever we look at rotation, we are looking at the wind direction of where this rain is moving. So green is toward the radar, the high top radar pretty close right about there. Green moving toward the radar, red moving away from the radar. So there is a broad area of rotation right near Scottsboro right now. This is generally moving to the north and east. So it's just kind of warranted our attention, I think, at this time. We'll pull up our shear product showing where there may be some rotation, and it is picking up on at least some mild rotation there right now, again on the west side of Scottsboro. This is moving pretty quickly to the northeast, generally around 40 to 45 miles per hour, so it will likely be following the Highway 72 corridor close to Sand Mountain, maybe not necessarily crossing it, but it will be close. Folks in Stevenson to Scottsboro, I just want you to be aware that it's possible that we get a tornado warning out of this eventually. No recent word from the Weather Service on whether or not they're going to do that, but it is something that myself and meteorologist Amber Kulik have been keeping an eye on here recently over the past few minutes. So that's what's going on there in Jackson County for the time being. Whether or not we get a tornado, you are getting some gusty winds, heavy rainfall, and frequent lightning out of this, no doubt about that. Let's go ahead and pan around the area, take a look at what else is going on, because this line stretches down into parts of northern Marshall County, southern Madison County, dealing with heavy downpours, frequent lightning as well. Western parts of Marshall County near Union Grove to Arab, beginning to see those heavy downpours move in at the moment. We'll move over to Morgan County, where we continue to see heavy rainfall on the east side of the county from Lacey Spring down toward Eva. Coleman County getting in on some of that stormy weather as well. Things quieting down elsewhere farther to the west. Yes, there is plenty of rain, but the severe threat pretty much wrapped up for those particular locations. The tornado watch does continue for these counties highlighted in yellow. For Madison, Morgan, Limestone, and Lawrence County, as well as Lincoln County, Tennessee, this watch continues until 11 o'clock this evening. The watch will be in effect until 2 a.m. for Jackson, Marshall, and DeKalb counties farther to the east. Now, it could get dropped sooner than that. In fact, I expect that to happen, but that is the current time frame for the tornado watch across the area. I do want to walk you through the future radar here. Doing a pretty good job, if not maybe slightly behind on the timing of this line of storms. It'll continue to slowly but surely push eastward, and eventually we'll see that severe threat drop off again right around 2 o'clock at the latest, if not sooner than that. Rain lingers early in the day on Sunday, but it won't be around too long. Most of tomorrow should end up being dry when it's said and done. Like I mentioned, meteorologist Amber Kulik in studio with me. Appreciate her working double duty today, both the morning and the night. So Amber, we'll go ahead and send it over to you. You're keeping a close eye on that Jackson County storm.
I am, yeah. And good thing is, it is broad rotation right now. This is just over Scottsboro. So we'll zoom in a little bit here to show you what we're looking at within this storm. So it's where you see the reds and the greens coming together is where we have that broad rotation within this storm. So Scottsboro, this is just to your north. So this is going to be moving towards Kyles and Hollywood. You want to make sure that you're in your safe place as well. We'll zoom out a little bit. I'm going to keep the velocity on here and show you the rest of the Tennessee Valley. Now, the good news is this is the only area of concern. If we go all the way down through Morgan County, we're not seeing any other areas of some broad rotation. So I'll take you back out to our high top radar here, show you what we're looking at, and a lot of lightning within these storms as well. We'll put a track on this to show you exactly where this storm is expected over the next little bit. So we're looking at Kyle's at 9:50, Rash at 10:15. So if any of your neighborhoods is on this list, then you want to be taking this storm seriously over the next little bit here, and we'll continue to keep you updated on this as well. I'm keeping an eye on our streams and any comments that you're leaving as well. So if you've seen heavy rain, if you've seen any hail this evening, then let us know in the comments so that can help us tell you what's happening outside even better. But I'll turn things back over to Taylor now.
All right, appreciate it. Thank you, Amber. So here's the radar loop over the past hour or so. Generally speaking, the individual showers and storms are tracking to the northeast, but the whole system is gradually drifting eastward as the cold front starts to move into North Alabama. Once again, the severe threat done for you around the shoals. It's pretty much, I'm ready to give the all clear for areas like Athens, Decatur, Moulton. I think your severe threat is done for the night, so you can go to bed resting easy. Huntsville, I think we're just about finished with the concerns for severe weather in Madison County. Still some strong storms on the south side of Madison County, but really the main concern for severe weather is going to be on this leading edge of the storm. So now moving closer to Sand Mountain and across northeast Alabama. That's when we're going to be keeping a close eye on the situation for you folks out there. Looks like, just as I speak, some counties were dropped from the tornado watch. Limestone, Lawrence County, Lincoln County, Tennessee, you're in the clear. No more tornado watch for you folks. It does continue for Madison, Morgan, and as well as Franklin County, Tennessee until 11 o'clock this evening. And of course, as I mentioned, the other counties still in that watch until 2 o'clock in the morning. Time right now is 9:42. You're watching WAAY 31 severe weather coverage. I'm Chief Meteorologist Taylor Canoose, joined by meteorologist Amber Kulick. No active warnings across North Alabama. We have seen things quiet down over the past couple of hours. Early this evening, we had one tornado warning in Lauderdale County. No reports of damage from that. So we have so far largely gotten through this event unscathed. We did have one report of a tree down near Lacey Spring not too long ago, and that was actually from this storm that's caught our eye in northeast Alabama near Scottsboro, and that is the main storm of concern at this very moment. So I'm going to zoom back in and take a closer look. One thing we often keep an eye on is how these storms interact with Sand Mountain. Here is Sand Mountain right here. It looks like this is going to stay just to the west of Sand Mountain, this particular storm. Now, storms down the line will eventually cross over, and we'll see how it interacts with that terrain change. But right here, north side of Scottsboro, a little concerning to see at least some shapes of hook echo there. We'll go ahead and take a look at the velocity to see what that's doing. And yeah, again, broad rotation for sure. Might be tightening a little bit right about there, north of Scottsboro. I'll go and zoom in a little bit more to get you an idea of what communities might be impacted by that. It's getting pretty close to Hollywood at this point. So there's Hollywood. Again, just right around here is where we're seeing that area of rotation and is tracking quickly to the northeast at about 45 miles per hour or so. Putting a track on that shows it will be very close to the Highway 72 corridor, moving to communities like Carnes very soon, Fackler toward the top of the hour, Rash around 10:12, 10:18 for Stevenson. We're getting close to the Old Fabius area at 10:23 and Boulevard at 10:32. Bridgeport, the far northeast corner of the state, 10:44 approximate arrival time for that particular area of rotation that we are monitoring. Amber, are you noticing anything as far as rotation on that storm?
So I am looking at our shear product here, and we are starting to pick up a little bit of shear. And again, this is just right over Scottsboro. So again, this is that storm that we've been watching in Jackson County over the past little bit. So let's see what the hail's looking like. Maybe a little hail within this storm, but again, we're going to watch for that for the chance of a brief spin-up tornado within the storm. We do have the rotation within the storm, although it's still on the broadside just to the north of Scottsboro, but something to keep an eye on over the next little bit here. So here's that track again. If you just missed the one that Taylor made, if you're in any of these communities over the next little bit, get away from your doors and windows until this storm moves through your area, and we'll take you back out to our reflectivity here to show you a lot of lightning within the storm as well. If there is anything in the storm, you're not going to be able to see it because we have a lot of rain falling as well in Jackson County at this time. I'll even zoom this out so you can see what else is going on. We have no active warnings, like Taylor said, for all of the Tennessee Valley, but a lot of lightning on the leading edge of this line that is moving through. So places like Athens down to Priceville and even into Decatur, Hartselle, Faultville, things are looking better for you at this time. Once we get this through Sand Mountain, then everyone will be good to go to bed. So great news, moving a little faster than we first expected, Taylor.
Yeah, that's definitely not bad news for us. You know, the earlier we can get these storms out of here, the less interruptions to folks' sleep that we see. And of course, nighttime tornadoes are really the biggest threat to our lives here, is those overnight systems. So sooner it gets out of here, the better off we are all going to be. Here's a look at Huntsville and surrounding areas right now. Heaviest rain falling on the south side of the city and the south side of the county in general. A little bit farther south and east down 231 shows that we do have, or 431 rather, heavy rainfall near New Hope right now, stretching into northern parts of Marshall County. Guntersville, I know you haven't seen really a drop of rain today, but it is getting closer. Frequent lightning, heavy downpours moving through Arab right now. Again, it's going to be moving gradually to the east-northeast. Guntersville, I'd say in the next 30 to 45 minutes, you should certainly have some rain starting to move your direction. We're watching mainly for the threat of the heavy downpours, the frequent lightning, as well as gusty straight-line winds, and at least that potential for a brief tornado in North Alabama. All of those remain a concern. Hail threat pretty low at this point. You might get some small hail, but nothing really of significance for the rest of the night as far as that's concerned. Again, anywhere else westward, we are done with the severe weather concerns. Quick look down toward Coleman County shows, again, some strong storms, especially around Fairview. Nothing that warrants a severe warning at this time, but we'll let you know if any of that changes. Zoom back out real quick. Big picture. Again, we have the tornado watch continuing for the southeast half of our area. For Huntsville, Madison County, that will last until 11 o'clock this evening. Jackson, Marshall, DeKalb County, that watch in effect until 2 o'clock this evening. The watch has been dropped for Limestone County as well as Lawrence, Franklin, Colbert, and Lauderdale counties. You are in the clear from the severe weather concerns. Future radar shows this line gradually pushing eastward as the night wears on. We'll see that threat for at least brief tornadoes continue until this clears into Georgia. And I think that's going to happen probably in the next 2 to 3 hours. The watch lasts until 2 a.m., but I'd be surprised if there's much of a concern for severe weather once we get past midnight, the way this line is progressing fairly quickly. So again, that's good news. The quicker movement, the earlier we can put our concerns to bed, and all of us go to sleep for good for the night without worrying about any severe weather. Back to what we're seeing on 31 Triple Doppler. Good view of the storms moving toward Guntersville. Go and pop up our Guntersville Doppler radar and get a look at what it's picking up on. And the storm's getting closer. I'll zoom on in at what that's showing. Very close to Guntersville right now. I'm sure you're seeing a lot of lightning in the distance. Very electrically charged storm here. Heavy rainfall getting awfully close to that 431 corridor. It's affecting areas like New Hope, getting close to Grant as well. A couple of the communities that will see at least some heavy downpours and frequent lightning. Let me see if we can get an estimate on the lightning just around Arab recently. 53 strikes right around there in the last 10 to 15 minutes. Again, a lot of charge with that particular part of this storm here. So lightning, heavy rain, the primary concern right now. Amber is also keeping an eye on the mild rotation, but rotation nonetheless that's being picked up on the radar just now northeast of Scottsboro. What are you seeing right now?
Yeah, keeping a close eye on this area in Jackson County. So where you see this green at is where we have a little bit of rotation within this storm that our products are picking up on. So we'll toggle back and forth here, show you what we're looking at. So I'll go to our high top radar. And again, a lot of rain and lightning within this storm. So we'll go back to our velocity here. And where you see those reds and greens coming together is where we have that broad rotation. Now, we don't have a tornado warning with this storm in Jackson County. So something to keep in mind there. I'll zoom zoom in a little closer so we can get some of these towns on here. You have Kyles. This is going to stay just off to your east, but if you're in Kyles, I need you to be away from doors and windows as this rolls through your area. And this is going to stay just to the west of 72 as well in Jackson County. So let's go ahead, see if we have any hail within the storm. Not really looking at a lot of hail potential with this as it rolls through. So I'll go back to our radar here, zoom out a little bit, and we'll put another storm track on this so you can see who can expect this storm in their area over the next couple of minutes. Rash, you're looking at 10:02, and any of these other places, Bridgeport, that's kind of getting out of our coverage area, but you can expect this storm at 10:34. So a lot of lightning, a lot of heavy rain within the storm, and we'll keep an eye on that potential for some rotation as well, Taylor.
Yeah, that's right. Now, the good news with all this rain is it's going to keep punching away at that drought that's been a problem for us for months. We had a soaking rain last Saturday, ended up being our rainiest day of the year in Huntsville, and when it's said and done, this is going to help chip away at the drought as well. Hopefully we can get away without any or much damage, and so far we have done that just fine, so that's great to see. We certainly have heavy downpours on the leading edge here. Behind that, once this line passes your location, the severe weather threat is done. So for Huntsville, I'm ready to call it. I think we are in the clear in the city of Huntsville for a severe weather concern. We still have the concern, at least for severe weather in Sand Mountain, where you haven't really seen much activity yet, but it's coming your way. Gunnersville, Scottsboro, you're in the immediate area of concern, back toward Arab and Coleman. In areas like Fort Payne, another hour or two, and it will be arriving at your doorstep, and then eventually it clears into Georgia, east central parts of Alabama later on in the night tonight. Those of you farther west in the shoals, you're done with the severe weather threat for certain. Anyone west of this particular line right here, you're all clear as far as that threat is concerned. I do want to zoom back in on the storm that's shown some signs of rotation here recently in Jackson County. I tell you, it looks at least somewhat interesting right around here, just north of the Highway 72 corridor. Pop up again the velocity product and show you what it's showing for rotation. And there's at least something there. Getting close to Stevenson now. If you live in Stevenson, might not be a bad idea to at least get indoors away from windows. And an interior room, again, not a bad idea. I know this is not warned, but there are certainly some signs of modest rotation right now. That is why we're doing a live update right now is for this particular area of rotation, highlighted in green, very close to the US 72 highway between Scottsboro and Stevenson. This is tracking right for Stevenson. It doesn't take much for these to really tighten up and produce something, so we're definitely keeping a close eye on it. No warnings are active at the moment in North Alabama, but you know, again, it only takes a quick spin up to cause some issues. Amber, would you agree you're seeing at least some rotation there, or?
I would definitely agree. Yeah, something to watch, especially in Stevenson over the next little bit here, because although it is broad, the rotation is there. So we want to make sure that you're prepared for that just in case we do see a warning popped on this over the next little bit. So Hollywood, this is going to be to the north of your area. Skyline, this is to your east. So you are okay where you're at. If you're in your safe spot, you can come out now. Things are looking better for you. So I'll go ahead and go back to our reflectivity here to show you just all the rain and the lightning within this storm. So definitely don't want to be driving around in this evening. And Stevenson, you haven't seen a lot of rain just yet, but it is knocking on your doorstep as we speak. And this little area right here, I'll circle it for you. This is the area that has my eye. You see that little kink in the line? That's where we see those spin up tornadoes happen at. So definitely something to keep an eye on over the next little bit. We'll go back to the velocity here. And again, still seeing some very broad rotation within this storm. It's not much, but it's there. So it's definitely something to watch. I'm keeping an eye on the National Weather Service as well, keeping an eye on your comments. So if you're in Jackson County and you're watching our stream, let me know what you're seeing, but do so from a safe place for sure. Taylor, back to you.
All right, so we got a report from emergency management from Jackson County saying power outage in Skyline, 1,270 customers currently without power. So at the very least, some strong wind gusts could cause some power outages across the area. That is going to be one of the many concerns we'll be watching, along with the heavy downpours that could cause travel trouble for this part of northeast Alabama. But as Amber was mentioning, right around here in Stevenson, at least some signs of rotation right now. Still no tornado warning at this time. That's the National Weather Service's call, so ultimately we'll leave it up to them to make that decision, but we'll put another quick track on this just in case something does spin up. It's going to be exiting Jackson County pretty soon. Stevenson arrival time in about 10 minutes or so. This may even be a little bit slow than reality. I would say maybe closer to 10:05 is when that could be heading your way. Around Bridgeport right here at 10:28, possibly even sooner than that. I think right around 10:30 is when that starts to cross over into Tennessee and Georgia and gets out of here, at least this particular part of the line. So that's what we're monitoring closely. As far as elsewhere is concerned, go and zoom back out. And by the way, we are a few minutes away from the start of our 10 o'clock newscast, so we'll be giving way to that here fairly shortly. Just one quick recap here. We do have this strong line of storms that's not severe warned, but is causing heavy downpours, frequent lightning, gusty winds. Moving towards Sand Mountain right now. Anyone behind that line, including Huntsville and Decatur, you are done with the severe weather threat tonight. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a quick break here for the next few minutes. We'll be back live for our 10 o'clock newscast, and that will include live updates on the weather conditions. So thanks for watching. And again, we'll be back here in a few minutes.
Coverage you can count on. This is WAAY 31 News at 10.
I'm StormTracker Chief Meteorologist Taylor Knust. A busy night of rain and storms across North Alabama. I'll let you know which areas in North Alabama still have a severe weather threat at this hour. Coming up.
Tennessee's terrible twisters. We'll show you vivid video of destruction left behind in the volunteer state. Tragedy turned criminal. We'll tell you what's next for parents accused of leaving their child to die in a hot car. Israel at war with Hamas for 3 months. Now they struggle to mark 8 days of Hanukkah in the middle of that war. Thanks for watching this late edition of WAAY 31 News at 10. I'm Greg Privet. Severe weather has all of our attention tonight, and we've declared today a 31 alert day. WAAY 31 Storm Tracker Chief Meteorologist Taylor Knust is here now. Taylor, you've been tracking these storms all day long.
That's right, and things are beginning to wind down, but we're not out of the woods just yet. Here's the latest on our tornado watch, and the good news is much of North Alabama has been removed from the watch, including Madison, Morgan, and Limestone counties. Now, we still have the watch in place for Jackson, Marshall, and DeKalb counties until 2 o'clock in the morning, but I suspect that will be dropped prior to 2 o'clock in the morning because this line of storms is racing quickly eastward. So here is the regional view right now. Rain for a lot of us at this moment, but it's this right here, this leading edge of storms, that's really the primary concern for severe weather at this time. Let's go and zoom in northeast Alabama and get a closer look at what's going on at this hour. We have heavy downpours now moving into DeKalb County. It's been dry most of the evening here, but that's finally changing. None of this is severe at this moment. We do not have any active severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings in North Alabama, but we do have heavy rainfall, frequent lightning, occasional gusty winds, and even some reports recently of some small hail around pea size up in northern DeKalb County. So that is what's happening at this hour in North Alabama. Here's the big picture. Cold front is just now moving into northwest Alabama. And as long as that's still to our west, we're going to continue to see rain, and that will be the case for most of the night tonight. Future radar shows that rain sticking around, but the storm threat coming to an end here in the next couple of hours. That will clear to our south and east late in the night. Nothing more than lingering rain after that. That could lead to some flooding issues. We've already had reports of some flash flooding ongoing in northeast Alabama this evening. So that's the primary concern late tonight, early in the morning on Sunday. Still that low threat in parts of Jackson, DeKalb, and Marshall counties for gusty winds and even a slim chance at tornadoes. And that's why that tornado watch does remain in effect until 2 o'clock in the morning. That's our situation at this hour. WAAY 31's Jillian Kay has been in the WAAY 31 Storm Tracker all night long following these storms. Jillian in Huntsville at this hour. Jillian, what are you seeing out there?
Hey, Taylor. Yeah, I've been following this storm all night. You know, since we last spoke, I made my way from the Shoals, and I'm now in Huntsville on Memorial Parkway. So take a look here. You'll see that the rain has calmed down significantly, but we have seen some lightning striking every 2 minutes or so. So if you're outside right now, make sure that you're safe and take it slow on the roads out here. You know, it can be easy to want to get home, so you can be speeding out here, but you really need to be careful because the roads are still very slick, the conditions are tough, and so, you know, we have been seeing a lot of water out here, a little bit of flooding, but again, you know, this storm hasn't been as severe as we initially expected, so it is calming down a lot. We drove through downtown Huntsville a little bit earlier, and we saw that people were out still. So if you are outside, please be safe, and we want to make sure that you stay safe. So keep checking the WAAY 31 weather app. For now, I'm live from the WAAY 31 Storm Tracker with coverage you can count on. Jillian Kay, WAAY 31 News.
All right, thank you, Jillian. When storms like tonight's develop, you can quickly know if you need to take cover. Just download the WAAY 31 Storm Tracker Weather app. Use it to hear straight from our Storm Tracker Weather Team. You'll get the latest conditions in your neighborhood. Best of all, it's free. The storms have left many of you in the dark. Right now, more than 1,200 people are without power in Jackson County. This storm system made a direct hit not far from us in Tennessee. You can see a power line exploding after the tornado hit. We also now know at least 6 people have died. ABC meteorologist Samara Theodore shows you the storm's wrath.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. This isn't happening.
Tonight, a powerful tornado touching down in northwest Tennessee. Homes and other structures damaged.
Are you guys okay?
A fallen tree reducing half this house to rubble. The ceiling of this home collapsing, spilling insulation everywhere. Down the road, power lines snapped. Across town, first responders reportedly racing to rescue a family trapped in their home.
Look at that thing!
The massive twister spawned by a powerful storm, packing strong winds, heavy rain, and lightning. The long track tornado later spotted in Kentucky. It's part of the same system set to hit the Northeast Sunday.
Right now, more than 46,000 people in the volunteer state are without power due to the storm's damage. A state of emergency has been declared in the city of Clarksville, where 3 of the 6 people died. New at 10, 2 Franklin County parents charged with their child's death are set for trial on Monday. Police say the child was left in a hot car. Brandy Burks and Dakota Fowler are both facing a charge of manslaughter. The 2 told police they couldn't find the child when they woke up back in August of 2020. Police say the child was found in the car and efforts to save the child failed. A Lauderdale County man facing charges for arson and pointing a bow and arrow at police will also be in court Monday. This is Zachary Lambert. Police say Lambert began an arson spree in the Green Hill community this March over a family dispute. Lambert is in the Lauderdale County Jail tonight without bond. Also new at 10, Lauderdale County drug agents intercepted drugs bound for jail inmates. The sheriff says Casey King hid the drugs outside a temporary off-site kitchen the jail has been using. Investigators say King left the stash for her husband, William, who's a jail trustee, and fellow inmate James McCollum. The sheriff says precautions already in place stopped the drugs from making it inside the jail.
Drugs being introduced into the jail, any type of contraband, we have investigations that are ongoing all the time. So this case worked out to where we developed the intel and we were able to watch a location and catch them in the act of trying to get drugs inside.
Another inmate, Russell Rutherford, pleaded guilty to manslaughter. That's because an inmate died after he sneaked fentanyl into the jail. We're hearing tonight from a Pickens County man who was tased with a stun gun while he was handcuffed. The county neighbors Tuscaloosa County. This video has blown up on the internet. It shows Reform Police Officer Dana Elmore using her stun gun on 24-year-old Micah Washington. Washington says the officer demanded his ID while he was changing a flat tire. He denied that request. He says the officer then used his taser on him and that he feared for his life.
That video really traumatizing for real. Like, I can't watch that video. Like, I don't even like to really think about it, honestly. Like, all the Facebook posts and stuff. Like, I try to stay off social media.
A lawyer for Washington says his client is facing multiple charges they demand be dropped.
To see a young man like that, especially when he started crying, when you heard that, I think it broke everyone's heart.
Leroy Maxwell says they plan on filing a civil lawsuit against the police department. That officer is on administrative leave. New at 10, Alabama's health department is considering doing away with most mandatory COVID-19 reporting requirements. It says the rule change is in response to the CDC lessening reporting requirements. Trouble is, they want to keep tracking COVID among people who live in common areas, like assisted living homes, for example. One group, Health Freedom Alabama, claims this is an attempt to track people. The health department says those claims are false. The public hearing is set for Wednesday. Hanukkah is happening right now while Israel enters its third month at war with Hamas. 17,000 killed in Gaza, 1,100 Israelis dead. ABC's Inez De La Catara reports from Tel Aviv.
Dramatic images out of Gaza show the aftermath of an Israeli missile strike in Khan Yunis, as Israel says it is looking to eradicate Hamas strongholds in the city. Casualties streaming into this hospital in the southern city. Injured children being treated on the hospital's floor as the U.S. presses Israel to do more to protect civilian lives.
It remains imperative that Israel put a premium on civilian protection. And there does remain a gap between exactly what I said when I was there, the intent to protect civilians, and the actual results that we're seeing on the ground.
This as the U.S. used its veto to block a UN Security Council resolution calling for another ceasefire in Gaza.
We do not support this resolution's call for an unsustainable ceasefire that will only plant the seeds for the next war.
The UN's World Food Program warning half of the population in Gaza is starving.
The humanitarian operation is collapsing.
The Yemeni armed forces says all ships bound for Israel will be stopped from passing through the Red Sea and become a legitimate target until more aid is delivered to Gaza on them. On Saturday, amid the ongoing war, news of the death of another Israeli hostage, Sahar Baruch. It comes after Israeli officials say IDF soldiers raided a Hamas hideout where hostages were still being held. They did not rescue any hostages in the operation. Meanwhile, Hanukkah celebrations taking on added meaning this year. In Kibbutz Be'eri, where at least 89 residents were killed in the October 7th Hamas attack and at least 27 are still being held hostage, survivors coming together to mark the 8-day Jewish festival that celebrates the triumph of light over darkness. People we've been speaking to telling us this is the saddest Hanukkah in the history of Israel. Inez De La Catara, ABC News, Tel Aviv.
I am asking, specifically calling for the genocide of Jews. Does that constitute bullying or harassment?
If it is directed and severe or pervasive, it is harassment.
So the answer is yes.
It is a context-dependent decision, Congresswoman.
New at 10, those comments you just heard have seemingly cost the University of Pennsylvania president her job. Liz McGill resigned today. That's after her testimony on Capitol Hill. McGill, along with the presidents of Harvard and MIT, have been accused of failing to condemn anti-Semitism on their campuses.
Now, WAAY 31 Storm Tracker Chief Meteorologist Taylor Knust with 31 Triple Doppler.
So just taking a step back here to kind of examine how tonight has gone. We've had one tornado warning back in Lauderdale County. No reports of anything actually confirmed as far as a tornado is concerned. And all in all, we have largely avoided severe weather in North Alabama. The threat for severe weather is not done just yet, but this is transitioning to a heavy rain and flood threat in Northeast Alabama at this hour. As you can see here on the estimated 3-hour rainfall total map here, several spots, an estimate of 2 to 3 inches of rain in the past 3 hours. That's too much rain in too little time, and that is causing some flooding issues in Northeast Alabama at the moment. The Weather Service has issued a flash flood warning that's in effect until 12:45 this morning, early on Sunday morning, for parts of Jackson and DeKalb County. That includes the city of Scottsboro. Now, the rain is beginning to lighten up in this area, but there is still more rain to come, and that could cause more issues for the flooding in those locations. Let's take a step back here. The heaviest of the rain currently falling in a little bit of Jackson County, but mainly in DeKalb County and Marshall County. The yellows, the oranges, the reds, that's a sign of some torrential downpours. In fact, the I-59 corridor up and down DeKalb County getting crushed at this moment with heavy rainfall. There's frequent lightning in the mix there as well. Certainly Fort Payne, one of the communities getting hit hard with heavy rainfall at this hour, stretching up to Mentone, same situation. We'll pan a little farther to the west here in Guntersville in the midst of the heavy rainfall right now that is moving into Albertville at this moment. Boaz, get ready. That heavy rain will be heading your way shortly. Frequent lightning in the mix here as well. That is going to cause some ponding on the roads at the very least. So plenty of things to monitor across the area. There is more rain behind this initial surge of storms, but it's a little bit lighter. Now, it's still steady and still is going to pile up and accumulate, but not necessarily going to pose a threat for immediate flood concerns like this is in DeKalb County and in Marshall County. The severe weather threat is done for Madison, Madison, Morgan, Limestone counties, and everyone farther to the west around the shoals. We still have the tornado watch in effect for Marshall County, Jackson County, and DeKalb County. That until 2 o'clock in the morning early tomorrow. I do suspect that that watch will be allowed to expire prior to 2 o'clock. I think we have another hour or two of severe weather potential before this all clears out of our area. Heavy rainfall is certainly the main threat moving forward here. There is a possibility at some strong wind up to 60 miles per hour, primarily where those storms in Marshall and DeKalb counties are ongoing. The tornado threat continues to drop. It's a low threat. I'm not ruling it out, but it is a low threat at this point. Future radar shows that the storms will be clearing out over the next several hours. By 3 o'clock in the morning, we're storm free. It's just lingering rain that will pile on top of the already heavy rain that is ongoing in northeast Alabama. And many of us in this area are going to end up, when it's said and done, with 1 to 2 inches of rainfall at least. Isolated spots, as we've already seen, at least up to 3 inches. Pockets of 4 inches are in play as well. By mid-morning on Sunday, the rain should be gone. Certainly looks like it's going to be a chilly and mostly cloudy day tomorrow. But first, let's talk about the additional rain to come. Again, around 1 to 1.5 inches of additional rain possible for the areas highlighted in blue. Much lighter amounts expected farther to the west. Tomorrow's going to be a different story than today. We had highs in the 70s in many spots. We're stuck in the 40s all day long tomorrow. Plus, it's going to be windy, so we're talking wind chill tomorrow. Much of the day, the wind chill will be in the upper 30s to low 40s. Back to coat weather we go. More typical for this time of the year rather than the 70s we had earlier today. Dry weather returns as we head into this upcoming week. Highs will be in the 50s pretty much from start to finish, and our next rain chance arrives, you guessed it, next weekend. We'll be right back after this.
The Crimson Tide were rolling, rattling off 4 straight wins to start the season, but they haven't won consecutive games since. And earlier today, Alabama was looking to find some balance, but that's no easy task when you're battling the number 4 Purdue Boilermakers and the reigning National Player of the Year, Zach Edey, in his hometown of Toronto. The Tide had the hot hand early, starting the game on an 8-0 run. Muscle Shoals native Mark Sears was letting it fly, draining 8 3-pointers as Bama built on an early lead. But the 7'4" Canadian gave Oates and company all kinds of problems. Edey was scoring at will, netting 12 of his 20 attempts and all 11 of his free throws, finishing with 35 points. Alabama led by 2 at the break, but the Boilermakers quickly went on a 12-point run, eventually taking a 9-point lead, but Sears just kept pulling, putting the Tide back on top late in the second. And though he finished with 35 points, it wouldn't be enough today as Alabama drops a thriller north of the border, 92-86.
Thought our kids battled. Purdue's arguably best team in the country. They'll be right there at the end. And our kids went toe-to-toe with them for 40 minutes. We just got to figure out a way to get some wins in these big games.
In another neutral site matchup, the Auburn Tigers and Indiana Hoosiers met in Atlanta for some holiday hoopsgiving. The Tigers had a slow start, facing a 12-point deficit not even halfway through the first period, but Auburn found a way to shoot their way out of it, going on a 29-5 run with guys like Jalen Williams finding success behind the arc. He finished with 24, and Newmarket native Denver Jones added 12. All in, the Tigers shot nearly 50% from deep and finished with 6 scores in double digits as they went on to steamroll the Hoosiers, 104-76. Staying in Atlanta, the Alabama A&M Bulldogs were searching for their second win of the season as they squared off with Georgia Tech, but the Dogs got stung in this one with no player reaching double digits. Chad Moody led the group with 8 points as the Bulldogs struggled, shooting just 28% from the field in the 70-49 loss. A&M is now 1-7 on the season. And for the 4th time in the last 5 years, college football's most outstanding player is from the SEC. LSU's Jaden Daniels took home the Heisman Trophy in a ceremony in New York. The Tigers quarterback threw for 3,800 yards and rushed for 1,100, finishing the season with 50 total touchdowns. Daniels narrowly defeated Washington quarterback Michael Penix Jr., with Oregon quarterback Bo Nix finishing 3rd and Ohio State receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. finishing 4th. Florida State quarterback Jordan Travis finished 5th, with Alabama's Jalen Monroe in 6th. Over at the VBC, it was a sold-out crowd for Batman Night, benefiting St. Jude's, with both teams wearing DC Comics-themed jerseys, the Havoc rocking the Dark Knight with the Birmingham Bulls representing Superman. In the first period, there were a number of scoring opportunities, but they all came up empty. Each team took at least 10 shots on goal during the opening 20, but they had more success landing punches than goals. Both teams would score in the second, and 3 periods would not be enough for this one. The Havoc would go on to take it in overtime 2-1 with a goal off the stick of David Thompson, claiming their first win in December. And last but certainly not least, the wait is over and Shohei Ohtani has officially made his pick, staying in the Golden State and heading across town as he joins the LA Dodgers. Everyone knew he was going to have a wild contract. Most expected it to be around $500 million. But get this, the two-way superstar has reportedly inked a deal worth $700 million over 10 years, the largest contract in sports history. The 2-time AL MVP is just 29 years old. Pretty big day for LA. They just won the in-season tournament. They get Shohei Ohtani. I mean,
what a deal.
Yeah.
Right here at Christmas.
Yeah. It's a Christmas miracle.
There you go. All right, some good news. Jackson County has been dropped from the tornado watch, so we are left with Marshall and DeKalb counties in that tornado watch until 2 o'clock in the morning. We have heavy rainfall in those locations right now, but nothing severe beyond the flash flood warning that continues for another couple of hours in Jackson and parts of DeKalb County. Just steady rain for the rest of us for the remainder of the night.